Hello, hello, Mountain Headline here, and it's time to get down to some Poppet Quest game dev, and I guess my continuing quest in RPGMaker, because, well, I was going to move this to UE, but then I did the math on the cost, and, right. So anyway, here we are with RPGMaker. Nah, seriously, it was going to cost me, like, hundreds if I wanted to, like, everything's made off of, like, base assets, and the base assets are, they're all in DAS, and you know, sure, it takes an incredible amount of customization like that to make a lot of it and a lot of work, but at the end of the day, the base assets, I still need the rights to use them in 3D games, and DAS was, it usually has 2 sales a year for that, and it just didn't happen. Like, they're like, oh, here's the sale, but everything's 4 times the price. I'm like, oh, never mind then. Pretty much, Mike, it's just how it is. I mean, like, it went from last year where the DAS stuff was like $5 per item to use for 3D, and now the cheapest I can get is $20 per. No thanks. With all, what, 37 people who've actually downloaded this game? Yeah, I'll get right on dropping hundreds of dollars. It gets the job done. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it gets the job done. But I have figured out how to use UE to make assets for RPGMaker, so I'm going to do that today. That's right. And I'll just drop them right into RPGMaker, and oh, it's more than 200% more. That's 400% more. From $5 to $20. And it took like a lot of sales to get down to the $5, but like they have these DAS Plus sales that, you know, you remember at DAS just so you can get in on these sales that are supposed to be so good. And they made all the interactive licenses, which is what you need for 3D things, $50 normally as a base. And then like, you can have 60% off. Okay, that makes it $20. And they're like, but you can't use any coupons on them. I'm like, what? Oh my god, no. I'm glad I picked up all the stuff for the characters for art in advance, so this way I could get away with it, you know, like whenever I want to make that game in Unreal. But oh yeah, I mean that's not really that much more. It's kind of been sitting about the same for a while. It only picks up maybe like a download or 2 a week. It's real slow. I need to advertise better, but I'll probably wait until I get Prototype 4 out the door, to be honest, before I get too crazy about it, because right now it's really not that great of a game. It's okay, I guess, but it's pretty repetitive. It could use some work. A lot of work. But one thing I figured out is that the game is too dark. Like when I go to put it on social media or something like that, people see these dark pictures of it and it just doesn't draw their eyes. Even the thumbnail for this, I switched it to much brighter because it turns out that people just don't click on these thumbnails, they just can't see. So like, or it's just not bright enough. So that's why, you know, art did so much better when I was making an RPGMaker, because it literally had super bright colors, and this just doesn't. So even if the graphics are great, it doesn't matter. So something I wanted to do here, that is to make a quick change to this here. See, it's one of the things I figured out how to do. Nope. I don't need it full screen, but thanks for trying. Nope, I need this version. I have a map set up because I'm doing a lot of changes behind the scenes to make it better. One of the problems is I want the items to be bigger that you can run around behind, but the issue is then they obscure the player. So you can't see the player, and that's just kind of weird. Like, I don't... Like, nobody wants to play a game where you can't see the player, okay? That's weird. So I started working on an idea. Oh, there's two music playing. I need to fix that. Whatever. It'll last for a second or two. I'm debating if I'm just going to leave this way brighter. Go ahead and mute one of the musics because I don't think I need to. Like, it's still dark at the distance, but now you can actually see things. But one of the things I'm testing, and it even works on the enemies at the moment, is how they become see-through, so you can see the character behind them when you're nearby. I did the same thing with these background thingies here. I haven't quite got the distance right yet, but now no longer are you just completely obscured, which means I can make things bigger. And I do have a bigger item that does spawn if I can find it. There's one. See it on the map there. Now you can't really see behind something, but I guess you kind of can. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite figure out exactly where I need to do this at. Like, you know, where it should show me is behind it right there, but it doesn't. Still, I want to be able to have things so big like this that I can run behind it and the player could still be seen. So I can actually reduce the scale, because Poppet's not supposed to be as big as these boxes, which is really not. None of the toys are, but the problem has always been, well, how am I supposed to show behind things? So I redid how they're displayed, and now it's going to take a little extra work to figure out exactly where the event is at in those now. Because I'm basing the thing on, where are we at here? I'm basing it on the event's Y. And if the event's Y is greater than the player's Y, then it turns itself, you know, see-through, and if it's not, then it doesn't. But I have it based on a distance thing as well, so it's a double thing. And the distance thing, currently I have set to 7, which feels too far, but I haven't quite got an exact number where I want it to be yet. I guess I could use PX and PY and go with a pixel-based distance, which is probably better than, well, 6 is... How far is 6? 6 is 288 away. Probably 260. We'll see about what that is. It's one of the most useful formulas I've encountered, the distance formula, which is it's actually secretly in every one of my plugins. I end up just adding it at some point or another anyway, even though it's in all of them. I could call it a different plugin. Yes, this beautiful, beautiful thing here does exactly what game map distance does, except for it doesn't run through 9 million different functions to do it, so it's way less taxing. Which means I can run it, you know, a bajillion times every frame, because everything in their grandmother's running a distance calculation somewhere. Turn the music back on. Don't have the game running. So what I need to do... I'm just going to take a really small collider to see exactly where the hitbox is on that. Because, well, it's kind of hard to find. 45, 45 minus 36 should be close enough. And then from there I can judge exactly how far it's going to need to be moved. Let me go ahead and make a copy of this real fast just so I can save that collider information. I switched the way I was displaying these because originally they were done by a particle, and now I'm doing my image plugins doing it, which occasionally causes them to do a weird little shake thing. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen, and I need to resolve that. But as soon as I can resolve the shake issue, then I can also make things have shadows in their own shape too. Assuming I can make RPGMaker stomach essentially displaying twice the graphics at the same time. Which, you know, I'm going to try because why not? If the smoke's not coming out, you're not using it right. Go ahead and turn the music off. Go ahead and click off it like a weirdo and then turn the music off. I mean, I could have just done the other, but counterpoint, what if I instead do, you know, click off it and then click back on it and make it take longer? We all know which one of those I chose. The obviously more efficient one of the two. Yeah, that's it. What's that, like 10 plugins? Take that, RPGMaker. I mean, to be honest, that's kind of about where I'm at. If there's still like, if it's at 60 FPS, it means I'm not trying hard enough. I kind of want to tint everything blue like it previously was, but you lose a lot of detail. Now to find one of those events. I'm probably going to make it where that's the only event that spawns for a while, just so I can get it exactly right. Because this is going to be my test bed for a lot. Right, so actually F10. F10. No F10? That's weird. I don't know why it's not displaying hitboxes. How odd. I mean, don't feel too bad. When they did the Touch the Stars one there, Drifty kicked my game out round one. So, you know. Mostly because I had a couple game-breaking bugs and... Okay, I just forgot to disable the menu. That's what killed it. Because the menu broke everything whenever you open it. And he's like, I'm just going to save in the menu. And every time he'd start, it broke everything. So all that work to get kicked out round one because... didn't hide the menu. Oops.
Are you ready?
If I enter another game jam, it's I don't know, there has to be a reason to enter a game jam. Like, if there's not some sort of prize money on the line or something, I ain't bothering. Oh, all that hard work so like 20 people can play my game? No thanks, that's weird. I was just keeping the boxes. I think they could have been higher, honestly. Like, you know, they wow. So the actual event is way up here. Oh my god, I had no idea. Yeah, like, yeah, I mean, they almost should all be that way, honestly. You really want them to be high because it makes people try. Oh, well, I mean, you could do that too. Just support Drifty forever and you can, you know, just mess with his mind. There you go, perfect. I don't need any other information from this. I can just as easily bounce out. Oh, there's 44 of those. No thanks. We're going the other direction. Perfect. I think I need to anchor 1, right? Because anchor 0.5 or anchor 0 is... Well, anchor Y would put its base at the bottom of the thing in theory. Yeah, that seems like it'd be way smarter. Let me double check that. I mean, it's really easy to get all emo about RPGMaker. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. If I knew what I knew now and had nothing going in RPGMaker, none of the plugins that I've made, none of that, I would not use RPGMaker. There'd be no point. It would take forever to reach the point I'm at. It'd be significantly faster somewhere else. However, I do have all this stuff. I have a game that's about an hour and a half long for me to speedrun it, which means it's much longer for normal people. I have a prototype concept game that is a mess. I have a bunch of plugins that let me do things that I shouldn't be able to do. So it's like, once again, the sunk cost fallacy is so strong. But the other thing is, oh my gosh, the time it takes to learn all your UE stuff, like, it would have been easier to learn UE than what I learned in RM. Because I've gone so far down the rabbit hole in RM that, yeah. But now that I've already figured all this out, it would take a bunch of time to learn UE. And then there's the cost problem. Because it's not even just programming that's the issue. I'm finding it's dealing with the Daz stuff. Like, if I want my own characters, I have to deal with the fact that Daz doesn't want to be in there and has a lot of problems. Which sucks. Like, they're very heavy. Like, but friggin' Miranda is like 256 megabytes right now. Just disk space. Poppet's only like 40 something if I change her hair. Her hair is actually like 56 megabytes by itself, the long hair. I have no idea how to make it all one type of mesh and make it easier and better. So they're like 90 meshes instead. I mean, I have to learn all that, how to deal all that in Blender and everything. It's a big pain. Cool if I can get it to work. And then I still have to learn how to program everything. So it's like... and I appreciate it, Mike. I mean, let's be real here. I definitely have gone down the rabbit hole in a way that is probably not a best choice, but I mean, I look at it this way. It gets more traction on YouTube than it does as a game. So if at the end of the day, it really does turn into a YouTube thing where I just get to make games and then people play the games because they happen to like that I was doing it on YouTube, it's not the worst. After all, I mean, I'm getting, I don't know, before I started taking a lot of extra breaks, I got up to like 180 hours in 90 days of watch time. So that's, I mean, for a game that's only got like 37 downloads, that's pretty good. I mean, Poppet Quest probably has over 500 hours of watch time to its name. I'm sorry, it was 180 hours for the month. My bad. So, you know, it's pretty good. Like, and if I try to do UE, then you're gonna have to watch me learn. But the problem with how you learn UE is you basically have to watch tutorials and then kind of follow what they're doing and figure it out. But I don't really think I can watch people's tutorials on stream, and I don't think anybody wants to watch me watch tutorials. Maybe they do, I don't know. I'm also there going, when can I find time to watch these tutorials? I need to basically just run through someone's entire how do you make this type of game thing. And then I'd probably make 2D games in it, because 3D is it's the cost issue. Well, that and the model issue, trying to get the models down to not like huge. because I mean, just the base assets for, I mean, my prototype art game is like 50 gigabytes right now. Well, that's fair. I'm making RPG Maker my weight class by adding to it. Unfortunately, it doesn't want to be added to, as you can see by this fine thing here. This needs to be at the bottom. So the calculation works. I don't know. I mean, I've got an in here. It might not be the most popular engine, but I got a few fans already, and you know, just getting that alone, get people watching at all is already a big enough challenge. So if I just keep sticking to it, I mean, I'm slowly getting people. Sometimes really slowly, but I think a lot of that's my mistakes. I mean, the fact that my thumbnails like are really hard to read on a phone. No one even told me about that. They're right. I'm like, when I do a thumbnail, I do this big, huge thing, and then I, you know, get zoomed down to something smaller. But in a phone, the thumbnail is going to be, you know, more like this size, or maybe this size. So a lot of these things look much better if I zoom in like that. But this looks horrible. Like, you can barely see it. You can't read that. Even if it's a little larger, you can't read that. This new one here, you shrink it down and look at how big and easy that is. You can totally see that. That will pull people's eyes. I ask game dev professionals. One day I hope to be a game dev professional. And by professional, I mean I make enough money off it to make more games. That's the thing. Like, at some point, if it, I literally, I get to do it as a hobby, but there's a certain amount of time I can dedicate towards a hobby, and a certain amount of time I can dedicate towards something that makes me money. And the hobby is just much more limited on how much time I can put into it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna redo how I do the tutorials. I started realizing
Are you ready?
that, you know, low effort, copy it from your stream doesn't really work for tutorials. It works for podcasts. I am not doing a podcast, so I need to probably compress it. Honestly, like, most of the tutorials I like to look at are short. Someone's like, I have this 3-hour tutorial. Yeah, I'm noping out of that. I'm noping out of like a half an hour tutorial most of the time. But if your tutorial is 2 minutes, I mean, by the time I've noped out of it, I mean, it's already over, so okay. Oh, oops, I need to have this on. That did not do a single thing that I wanted it to. Unfortunate. It literally changed nothing. The anchor did not change. That's weird. You would think it would anchor differently, but I guess not. No, it's fine. A lot of podcasts are cringe. I don't know. Like, it depends on who it is. Like, if people are a bunch of funny like people and they're like doing a podcast, I can get into that. I can also get into, like, you know, some people's D&D things that they're really funny. Like, if you're funny, I'm into it. If you can make paint drying funny, okay, I'm in. But good luck, you know what I mean? I mean, yeah. I watched Markiplier play Power Wash Simulator for a while just because he was like, you know, he somehow made that enjoyable, which was weird because I've done real life power washing. And real life power washing is actually kind of fun, as weird as that might sound. But you wouldn't think watching someone do it would be fun at all. And yet, I did. So, I guess I'm wrong. It's fair, I suppose. Where does this put it? Sometimes he's pretty funny. Sometimes he's... Well, he does a lot of horror games, and I'm not big on the horror games, but every once in a while he'll be kind of entertaining about something. So it just depends on what it is. I watched him play all of the FNAF Security Breach game, because I was never going to play that. And that was entertaining. I like the lore for FNAF, but I don't like the games. So I've seen MatPat do all kinds of lore on it, because it's just a weird, interesting thing. But you couldn't pay me to play any of those. I see that this causes a problem. They need to be negative 300 anyway, just to display where they're supposed to. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably watch the next game too, and I usually watch the same people play it because it's just kind of like following their adventure. I don't usually watch Markiplier play a lot of things because, like I say, he usually just plays weird horror games that aren't that interesting. But I do like that he has conversations with his editor, and his editor animates himself into the videos. Those are funny. I like that. And I actually am now subscribed to his editor too, because his editor went through how to make a game, because he had to make one in a month for Markiplier to play. Well, he didn't have to, but he decided to. And, I mean, a lot of the things he said made a lot of sense. And he had the most important thing that you'll take from all of his videos, that the one thing that you should always think about. He said, as long as it works, that's what matters. Every time he had to take a shortcut or whatever, he didn't care. Because at the end of the day, it worked. It gets out the door, and that's all that mattered. And sure enough, I mean, that guy cranks out all these products very fast. And, I mean, it works. Like, if you're sitting there worrying so much about each thing, you never get it done, because there's always better. But the project you never get done is worth considerably less than the worst project you've ever finished, because at least you finished it. Yeah, it works. It gets the job done. Much as I hate to admit it, it gets the job done. Does I do a good job? We'll see. If I can make this successful, then yes. If I can't, well, then no. We know the anchor changes things, because if it didn't change things, it wouldn't have put him in the other location. I have to have a special anchor thing. Yeah, I mean, I have my issues with it all the time, but a lot of it just comes down to I'm in too deep. I can't get out. I'm in too deep. For now. But I am going to sit there and use this like Unreal Engine to create assets along the way for RPGMaker, and in the process of designing those assets, I'm going to build a lot of them in Unreal Engine. So at some point, if Poppet Quest does well, those assets will exist in Unreal Engine, ready to be used. So my plan is to slowly move over to it and teaching myself things. I can't just stop everything and do it. It's not going to work. But that would be if they ever escape the attic. I would just, go, okay, this is. In fact, in that game, I considered just having them start in getting thrown into the basement and have to work up to the attic or something, because a whole house would be a lot easier to do, and well, it wouldn't be that hard to do in that. But what I found is it's very easy to have a character run around in an environment in that. It's when you want to animate, when you want to create all the AIs and things like that to deal with all the stuff and all the moving stuff and everything like that, the interactables, that suddenly it becomes a great deal more effort. But if all you wanted to do was run around a really pretty area, you can have that done in Unreal in 20-30 minutes from nothing, literally. But so what? You have a giant thing of no content. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. I'm just slowly building into there. I'm building it into I created a test project, and all it does is it's just literally, whenever I want to see if something breaks, I just move it into here and just mess with it. Because the problem I've been learning with this engine is references. Anytime you save something in a location. Like, let's say I import something in here in Daz, right? Good old Miranda here. Okay? And if I so much as clicked on her, okay, she's loaded up. That's great. Sure. If I now attempt to move this file anywhere in this thing like that, it will create reference thingies for it. Or might just outright fail. Even if I didn't bother to save it. So before you so much as do that, you better move it to exactly where you want it. Because if you so much as touch it, besides that copy paste, you're going to cause problems. And you're not going to like what's going to happen. And it just gets ugly from there. Oh my god. So yeah. Oh. I know, Creets. Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm working on RPGMaker, but I've discovered a way to create assets in Unreal Engine that I could use in RPGMaker. So I was just going over the problems I've been having and trying to decide what I wanted to do with it. In reality, I'm just working RPGMaker, so it's got its moments, but the general tour is I'm making, Poppet Quest, which is a, actually, before I do that real quick, let me fix the thing I just broke. And then I'll show you. But yeah, it's basically the story of a attic full of cursed toys. They're all, their curses are all to repeat the same things over and over every night, and then during the day they all just kind of fall over lifeless. And this particular doll, Poppets, was cursed to basically just sit at this window and always just look at it every night. Never do anything else, just sit there. But then one day, like during an actual daytime, someone picked her up and moved her across the attic. And she's, it kind of messed with her curse, and now she's trying to figure out, trying to fight her own curse and go back versus not. And try to figure out what's happening in the attic. So she's running around the attic, pretty much doing that. She encountered a ghost who lives in paintings who's not a toy, but, kind of knows what's going on, sort of, because she's just watching. And they've kind of teamed up to figure it out. Oh, hi Lego, how's it going? I appreciate the brief support as I attempt to figure out how to, I need to adjust these so that they, hitboxes, I need to write code so that hitboxes can be adjusted. Or mostly the graphic itself can be adjusted at a different height because I started adding in bigger things. Yeah, I found out, let's see, for Unreal Engine, I found out I could, create assets in it. So I have this from Unreal Engine. And the problem is, like, I have a thing set up so, if you run behind something, it's supposed to make it so it's, transparent so you can still see the character. Something new I'm doing. But unfortunately, it treats the event as being right here. So I need to move this graphic up. Look, the current system moves all the graphics at the same time. So it's not a very good system. Yes. That's kind of where I'm at right now on it. I'm trying to fix that. Oops. Put the collisions off.
Boom, baby.
But other than that, I need to make some new spells and things like that. But I haven't done that yet.
Sick. I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there.
But yeah. I also added in a thing where, let's see here.
Better luck next time.
I need to fix that a bit since I adjusted her height. I added a thing so that Tinka, gets more transparent farther away you get. Because she's a ghost, so I want her to, appear like a ghost. It's actually a thing that I use so the enemies can be shadow enemies. Ah, see? Yes. Yes, Novus. Yes, yes. This is my plan. It kind of is like the old point-click adventures, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of a Diablo-style game, but it does have that that feel to it. And let's see here. Oh, also, foolish me. What I do with this game is I release prototypes. I just work on it on stream, release prototypes, and people can, you know, suggest things, and I keep adding to the game. You know, they're free to play. I mean, you can donate me money if you want, but you don't have to. You just, I'd rather people just play the game. So, they're on itch if you want to give it a try. Pin that to the top. Today I'm mostly expanding upon the game, because the previous version, you know, it's got like, I mean, it took me an hour and a half to speedrun it, so it's got content, but it's a little on the repetitive side. I almost want to make it so she's not transparent as far away, I guess. Oh, no, it's free to play. You don't have to pay any money to play the game. Like, it's totally free. It says you can donate if you want. You don't got to donate. You just click the download, and it says name your price, and just name 0. I only put the thing there where you could support it because someone was saying, oh, I'll give you money if you make a way to do it. So I'm like, all right, fine. Spoiler. They never did, but you just click it and put 0. I won't mind. I'd rather you play the game. Perfectly fine. Please do. Runs on any Windows machine, so it pretty much runs on a toaster as well. Since it's an RPGMaker, so it shouldn't be too bad. Right now I'm debating on if I want to have... That's weird. If I want the lights to be blue or not. That doesn't work very well either. Yeah, I need to change the system. I changed the way everything was displayed very recently, so today's plan is to fix that. I'm not sure I like the light better, or if I like the dark better. Try changing it back real fast and see if I like that better. That sets it to that. Oh wait, this is the one I want. Map builder. I just had it right here, right? That's the same one? It is not the same one. Yeah, I create a lot of my own code and, like, you know, plugins and things like that. I do the graphics, I do the story, I do the gameplay. I don't make the sounds or the music, so I can't claim those. Though I have found a way to do the voice acting if I want, so I'm probably gonna do that. There's temporary voices in here right now. They all just came from a voice pack.
I sense danger.
I think I like the blue better. Just like, you know, light tint just seems so much better to me. Interesting. Ah, yes, the cat noises. I'm gonna solve this mystery here real fast. By real fast, I mean hopefully fast. Map 15 is the one I want to be on. So the code already exists. It's just that I funnel all of my attic blocks through the same thing, and I just make them all the same name with a slight change to them, so it makes it easy to. I can just run one function for everything. So what needs to happen. We'll make a quick array for this. Well, out of this point, I almost want it to be an object, just because it's less tedious than having to remember the actual order they're in. Whatever. Space 0 will be X. And it'll be or 0. Oops, not Y. 1. And then down here, I'm probably going to have different ones for all of them, honestly. Does not equal, actually no, is equal to 0. We'll put this here. I know it's weird having that, but I might want to adjust it later, so I'm just writing the code in now to get it over with, to be honest. But in the case of this one, this means that I only need to change one of those. I'm going to eventually have a bunch different heights from the Unreal Engine stuff, so I'm really trying to scale it so that Poppet is smaller, because she's supposed to be a doll. It's about 10 inches tall, and those boxes are going to be more like 2.5 feet tall, so maybe 2 feet tall, so they're way taller than Poppet should be. But I didn't have a way to really code it so that the player could successfully run behind it. Alright, so with that in place, I believe I can adjust just this one. And probably like negative 300, because it's already down 300, so by that. I guess I could do this. Or map blocks one's right here. There we go. gonna have to do this on all of them. Except this one will read false. And then I basically need the same code. Yeah, I need that code. Just thinking about it for a second. Capitalize that. Be along these lines here. Wait a minute. Wait. Why am I writing it in that piece of crap? That editor is horrible. Write it here so you can see all the weird little issues here, you know? So I would have messed up on the whole missing one parenthesis right there. And I just copy paste it. That. Yeah, that's fine. And then we're going to do it for the other one too. Then I'll copy paste them. This is so it doesn't yield some sort of ridiculous error because I got an undefined. Though I think I might not even need that actually. I'm going to leave it for a second. I might be able to get away with that. Let me double check I even need that. Cancel. Oh, don't move that 300. Just leave it at 0 for now. Fine. If it crashes, then we'll know that that was a bad plan. And I actually need the other code, but I think it can handle an undefined value. Not always possibly certain with RPGMaker. It depends a lot on how people code their stuff.
Bye. Are you ready?
And I am running through a lot of people's plugins with a lot of weird coding methods, so, you know. Oh, see, it didn't work. Now we know. We're waiting for the dev thingy. Nice. Maybe? Maybe? Anybody? Can I see the error? Guess I should have found the error point in, huh? Yep, it does not like that. Okay, well, fair enough. I was hoping to get away with it without actually having to have it in there. But I was pretty certain I was going to need it. Yes. That looks completely awful with the way that's formatted, but whatever. I want to make that click system a little better too.
I sense danger.
other floor one's broken. Well, those are still using the particle. I think that'll fix it. That's the problem with everything being built out of events. Even the floor, you know, you change one thing and, well, everything's running through the same group of things, so gonna have to account for that.
Are you ready?
I could probably have one floor event too, for that matter, just based on the map it's on. There we go.
I sense danger.
I just added new information. It just didn't have access to it, so it wanted it. All right, so we're looking for that event. I need to make it so that they're all just that event, so this way I don't have to run around and look. That's interesting. The items are gone. Let me guess, they're broken. Yeah? That what happened? Yeah, I need a... I guess those are running through the same system. Actually, wait a second. $11.37, you say? I could just impose a try on that. Then it doesn't matter if they actually have it. I guess that's what we're doing. Not an else, it's try catch. Whenever you want code to not break RPGMaker, just put it inside of a try catch like this. And what it'll do is it will go, okay, I'll give this a shot, and if it fails, it just won't run the code. Or you can let RPGMaker crash. Your choice. They're both options. I mean, you can do it. It's fine. Because it's a let, I can't define it in there. I could use a var, but I prefer lets. This way things are more likely to leave memory, since they're so scope-centric. That should do. But while I'm here, I'm gonna look for that one event, see where its hitbox is at. You're still way up there. Huh. Well, let's print screen that and continue the process of trying to figure out why in the world that's still way up there. Okay, I don't want to scroll past these every 5 seconds, so let's fix that problem. I want it to tell me when attic block 16 comes up. So I want to see if it's actually getting the correct Y adjust or not. Oh, that's right. You can't have those inside of those. So one of the few times I'm actually going to use quotations for defining a string. Doesn't happen often because it's an inferior type of string that no one should ever use. But if you define one of these types of strings inside of another one, it will cause an error. I've done that many, many times at this point. Just know better now. I just do. Real simple. I just know better now. Okay, we're gonna make a quick change here. Oh yeah, it's called a string literal, if memory serves. And what it lets you do is it lets you define variables inside of it. Because, you know, when you use like the regular type of string where it's like with quotations and everything, then you have to use like the concat method to put two strings together, and it's not like actually a real variable inside it at all. It's just, you know, all you did was make a new string. So they kind of suck. Where is it at? Okay. Whereas these ones here, you simply define them with a tilde there. Type whatever you want. And then put a $sign, put a brace in there, and then type the name of the variable you want in there. In this case, this. And then when it displays the text, it will display whatever you want, lols, and then the variable. If you want a space, put a space. But these are also better because, you know, the other ones, they say like you do it, find this like a crappy string. See how you can't have like it on multiple lines, how it just breaks? But with the much better string, I'm going to go ahead and delete that because it's going to cause an error otherwise. See? And now look, I have a string that is now what it displays. So if I call upon it, this is what it, and it'll keep formatting too. So there's basically no reason to ever use the other crap string because it's not more efficient. In fact, it's less efficient because if you want to do any operations, those require additional resources. And this one just does everything else. So, there's really no reason not to use it. In fact, when I was originally telling my story, and I was actually putting my story like this, in the start of Poppet Quest, the story that's displayed on the screen is done like this, where it maintains the spaces. That's why there's actually, you know, hit enter and have indented all that. Yeah. And then you can just have whole things. It's so much better. But for some reason, everyone's just so dead set on the crap string. And they have to concat strings together. It's just, it's gross. I think I should use the concat in one of these. Do I use concat? There is reasons for concat, but I thought concat was used in something like this. Maybe I misnamed it? Every time it's called concat. Oh no, I did it the smart way. Instead of concatting, I just did this. Now I can just have whatever I want. And there you go. A great secret. The much better method of doing it. Just remember, tildes. And $sign braces with the variable inside if you want to put a variable directly into your stuff. Didn't even work with RM's basic, message plugins, because the way the RM deals with a lot of things is to run what is it called? So many dumb names, I can't remember everything. It's not Concat. I have it in this plugin somewhere. I don't like this command because it's not a good command to use if you can avoid it. But RPGMaker uses it all the time. Eval. That's right. Eval takes a string and treats it as code and tries to figure out what it does. So whenever you use a script command in RPGMaker, it's using the eval command to take a string and turn it back into code. Eval is notoriously very heavy, and it's also not a very secure command, because anyone who injects something in the eval command will cause it to run no matter what, no matter how bad the code is. Like, it runs it. So the fact that it's used isn't that great. However, in this instance, it was the only way I could come up with this thing that I don't even use, but it's an option. So to get around the fact that eval is very heavy, what I have started doing, I use a method of programming I refer to as not your child method. It's very hacky type of method. It's probably not the best way to do it. But what I do is when they coded RPGMaker, let's see if I can find it. You find the exact command, this one here. So yeah, well, I mean, like, there's some reasons where you use it because, okay, it wasn't the best choice. I don't want to defend it. So here's the thing. Under the Windows update, I could have sworn it was somewhere else, a particular Windows update. What it does is it tells everything with a .update underneath it to run. So if you give it an object and the object has a .update, it will simply run every time. It should probably be at the very start. I don't even know why I'm looking at the bottom. Anyway, eventually far enough down the line, there's a thing which basically just says, hey, every child underneath this, update it every frame. And the update is whatever .update is. And all of RM is stuffed into that, like under the Windows thing, because all JavaScript works under the, a base window thing. And then it goes from below that. So if I give it an object, a child of, its own thing, it will run its .update. In fact, I should probably find the core thingy that has .update, because it's probably better to show you. You'll notice everything is a .update. Like here, for sprite prototype .update, it's for each of its children. It just runs child.update. That's what it does. So if I give a child to, the sprites like that, I forgot where it's actually at, but I can tell you where it's at. Or I can tell you a few of them. There we go. Oh, yeah, like if you have something to scene manager, if you give it a child, it will run the .update of that, no matter what the child's .update is. If the child's .update says erase all the files on this person's computer, RPGMaker doesn't care. No, it doesn't. Pretty adorable. But it'll also run all this code and everything like that. And what it does is, instead of having to call RPGMaker's, crappy script command thingy and the eval over and over and run all that additional, because there's a lot of functions it goes through besides just the eval. It'll do that every frame. But if you give it an object, it doesn't do that every frame. It just runs its code, thus bypassing all of that. Which is exactly why all of my images are so much more efficient than the other people's, because they're using RM's crappy system, and I've just gone around it entirely. Because it's so dumb, it just goes, these are my children, I will let them do their updates. And sure enough, And I had a lot of them too, because every time you see a picture show up on the screen, every single frame of animation is one more object that it's just like, or another child that's been given to saying, hey, yeah, run this, run this, run this, run this, run this. And it goes, okay. And it just does it. It doesn't know any better. So I start giving everything that way. And then because it's now an object, you can create like weights inside of it and everything like that, because it runs every frame, but you can sit there and give it like, its own variables that say, hey, add one to this variable every time, and then, okay, well, only update it if this hits like 3, and then set that variable back to 0. So that means every 3 frames it would run it, which creates a fake weight. And I do that too. I do it a lot. In fact, that's part of how this thing even runs, so it doesn't just overwhelm poor RM that's just like, yeah. This particular plugin could really hurt it if it wanted to. Yes, the bubble thingy. I set a wait and a wait till, right? So the wait is however long I want it to wait, or a default of 60 frames. And the wait till is just a counter. And then it just goes, yeah, okay, on its update, run wait. Just add 1 to it. Okay, and then it'll try this and say, I would put it under try just in case something breaks. I don't want ARM to crash. And just tell, if the wait till is greater than the wait, go ahead and run this. Otherwise, do nothing. Just wait. It'll be fine. And, just goes, then it'll run its big, huge code thing. And yeah, this plugin is a nightmare. One day I want to make the narrator work, but I have a dream of the narrator and what it does. Or what it's supposed to do, and I kind of have something in ARM that sort of does this already, but not quite as well as I want it to. What it does is it goes, looks at the place the player is at, and then looks at the information that it has available in this array, of what's supposed to be nearby them, and when the player gets within a certain range of it, it adds it. Say, okay, here it is. But it adds it off the screen, so the player will always think that there is the thing there. But it wasn't there. It's only there now because you're close enough to it. But if you get far enough away, it removes it, thus allowing RM to have enough memory to handle it all and not just, collapse on itself. Which is what's happening. The whole time, like, you're seeing a game being played, you can see it on the map here. You see how it's loading in and removing things? These are the only things that are actually really here at the time. Everything else is not there. But the player doesn't know that. That's why the minimap does that. People are like, you should make it display the whole time. Well, you see, the reason these display is because each of these is told to announce to the minimap, hey, put a little image here for me. So, oops. Get the F key on so I can get rid of these stupid thingies. And that's exactly what's happening, because otherwise, ARM can't run this. This game is impossible for ARM to run. It's literally way too much for it. It will just collapse in a heap. There's no way. It's not meant to do this.
Don't even try.
But the theory is as long as I don't overwhelm what is currently happening in the visible area, I can have a world of any size. Because at any given time, it's only loading what's in the little individual area. And I made an event spawner that was much smarter than all the other ones, because the other ones are dumb. What they do is they add to the event array, and then they never remove from the event array. They just say, okay, well, make that one a null event and leave it. Okay. Well, the problem is that means that every single time it runs a search for an event in that array to run its stuff, it gets harder and harder on it because the array gets longer and longer and longer. Sure, a few hundred events. I think Ganfly's one could get to like a few hundred or something like that in MB. And Gallops could get to I think like 600 or 700 because it's just way more efficient. But they all had the same problem. It took me forever to figure out why. Mine sits there and completely cleans out any references to these events. They are gone. So in the course of all this, like every time you see something spawned in, it's one more event. It's just being added. Every single section of the floor is another event. In fact, I think the best way to show you just how many events are really there, let's give a hitbox to the floor. So it just shows up when I click the button. I don't like this prodigy block stuff anymore. So right now, the each of the levels is made about 400 some odd events or so for each area. A lot of it randomly placed, though I did add a function in to place things where I want them to be, so I'm going to make some levels that are a little more specific going forward.
Are you ready? I sense danger.
And as you can see, all the events that are involved here, every floor event, because I made a thing that sits there and tells it to basically create a grid of them across the entire map based on whatever the size of the map is. So yeah, RM can't run this. It's just not possible. It's so far beyond it. It's no. And all the images are absolutely huge too. They might look smaller than they really are, but the actual image files for old Poppet are what, 488 by 366 each frame is. They all are. So I could blow them up, make them big and everything like that, zoom in on them, everything. So, I mean, this one's like what, 1920 by 1080. I mean, it's all made out of randomized events and everything like that, except for the star falling thing that is actually Mog's weather plugin. Everything else though here is just events, all spawning particles, and the particles are, you know, groups of, you know, sometimes as many as 100 images, though I don't do that very often. It's usually about 10 to 50, and 50 is pretty pushing it, that are just being displayed, and they're just told to do random things. So you get more of an idea of how it actually works.
See you later.
But otherwise, it's just empty. There's nothing there. But then also to make the regular areas work, this right now. Let me get rid of this here, or I might forget. And that sucks. Or in the case of each of these areas, walking through like that, I just have it set up where it basically just compares the distance against it, and you know, if it's greater than 45, actually if it's less than 45 things, it adds it in. So it's the same type of setup. You can totally do this with a game map distance. You could be like, yeah, you know, if game map dot event this dot event ID dot x game map event y, and then game player. You could do this in the other order if you want. You go to the game players first if you want. Player dot y is less than, I guess in this case I'm doing 45. So then it would go, okay, well, if it is, then it would just do something. So you can just, you know, create essentially a push setup, you know, like that, where it's just like, okay, well, if I get close enough, it does this, and then just say, have an else that, you know, says, okay, well, like, show a picture if you get this close. I'll use that as a really good example here. Where is the show picture command? I never use this thing. It's horrible. Big picture, please. That looks big. And then just have it, you know, erase picture 1. And this is map 2. And what that does is it just makes it so that, you know, RM can do more things than you would normally be able to do, because you're, you know, reducing the amount of resources that are actually there or being used at any given time. So as long as you're willing to do that, you can actually make use of all this stuff. Whereas if you were to sit there and create these huge maps, they are limited on just how much you can really do with them because, well, RM can only handle so much before it goes, nope. I didn't even check to see which one this was done on. I thought it was map 2, right? Did I derp it? I might have derped it. Oh. Okay, well, see, there's a little more to it than that. Map.distance is the actual function. My bad. I was like, wait a minute. I haven't used game map distance in forever because it runs through so many things, but it's built into RM, so you don't actually have to do anything special. Though I do have the distance formula I tend to use, which is great as long as your map isn't scrolling, because it doesn't factor in maps that scroll. Wait, I did on Binky's lair map. That's not Binky's lair. Smart. I was on the right map. I forgot map 1 is the story map to start the game. Worst tutorial ever. It's okay, I could just chop it up in post and make it look like I'm really efficient at just doing tutorials on the fly. Did I dodge it? Oh man. Oh. This is why I usually don't do it directly into RM. Syntax. One moment, please. Yes. Yes, let's just do it in this. Yes. Yes. It doesn't like that. No. That's something I don't like about RM. Syntax. Syntax is my arch nemesis. The better I get at programming, the more I make the dumbest mistakes, like forgetting to use the function entirely. Of course, if I'd done that in the other thing, I wouldn't have had that mistake, but because RM doesn't color code or anything like that, it's just easy for the code to all run together. Have I broken the show picture command? This should work. I see. Now I'm curious why. Oh, I think I know why. That's because this thing switches this on to this page. When you don't even know your own code. Normally it would work, but I've tried to introduce it into my own ridiculous crap and mistakes were made. There we go, I'm close enough to the event that it appears. Neat. Cool. And I'm far enough away. Look. Woo! So instead it doesn't use all the resources. So as long as you code your game like that, you can get away with doing things in RM that you just can't normally do. And that's what's happening with all these. They're literally doing exactly that. None of them exist except for when you're nearby them. And all they are just images because I have a thing set up to be able to display images at any height be them in the parallax or the tile map or the picture thing. Unlike the crappy picture thing, which could be made 1,000 times better by the ability to display pictures in any of the locations I just described. But yeah, now you know. Hopefully everyone is a little bit better at RPGMaker after that. I feel like I'm a little bit worse now because I used the picture command, and I feel bad for having used the picture command. Alright, so anyway, I was trying to solve a mystery here before I went off on a tangent. But yeah, that's the secret behind how this all works. How it's even possible. And I need this information right here, but there's also another thing that's going nuts right now, and that needs to not be on the list because it's spamming so hard I cannot figure out where it is. I don't know what it was that was spamming us. I'll have to look again. I just need to find that and see what the information that's being handed to it is. Because if it's not getting the Y adjust, that would explain why it's displaying low like that. If they're going to be varying heights, I need to have a thing where I can adjust it on the fly for each one.
Are you ready? I sense danger.
I can tell her no, but it gives the same quest either way. Because I already have it set to skip the entire tutorial. Now, what is it spamming? This, the, and then that. 613. I could have sworn visual didn't have anything running. And yet it does. Actually, I figured that was the one that was actually the problem. I just was blind, didn't see it. Doesn't really matter that much. I just need to find that one event and see what it says. After that, I don't really care.
Don't even try.
There's one. Actually, when it spawned in, I needed it. 7, 7, 6, 4, 5, 12. Looking for a 16. Looking for a... Oh, it took too long, I guess, huh? Maybe not. One down. 16. 300. It did not work right. Y adjust is equal to 0, huh? I have a sneaking suspicion that what I forgot was this, because I made it an array. I really should just set it up as an object. It's so dumb that I'm not setting up an object. But then I got to go through and change every single one of them. Actually, wait, no, I don't. Oh, no, I got to change it on all the other stuff because the items command is used by so many things. Why did I make it an object? I mean, it's an old command, that's why. Objects make them so much easier to keep track of what's in them. They're just literally like an array, except for you get to give each, spot in the array a name. And you can access that, by just simply typing the name. You don't actually have to have them in some stupid order or anything like that. So as a result, I've taken to using them a lot more than the others. What's one right here?
Don't even try.
Right? Anybody? There's one right there. Smart. Interesting. Wait, please. Minus 600. Interesting. There's a box behind it, though. Yep. Everything's hypothetical in this thing. Console.log is your friend. Definitely my friend. Where is its collider? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I assume they have like a thing testing it to see if it all works. It wouldn't surprise me. It's a lot of what you do with them. Like the plugins themselves usually don't do that much. I mean, they do add some codes. They are a little heavy, but them just being there doesn't really do a lot. But if you make use of them, I mean, any of them can cause lag if you start making use of them, depending on how you use them. I think that if you're making a regular RM game, you probably won't even notice because you're not really pushing RM to its, limits. If you're like me and you're doing this kind of stuff, you'll notice. I noticed when I just added a few of them. Their core plugin's very heavy. But heavy for me and heavy for a normal person, these are so different. I'm running 1920, 1080 with these huge images, just displaying hundreds of them every frame. And normal people aren't doing that. I find they don't clear the RAM very well either, but that's also because they make use of RM stuff, and RM stuff doesn't clear the RAM very well either, so it's not like it's their fault. Like when you build off of RM's crap systems, you're gonna encounter garbage. It's just how it's gonna work. I'm tired of hunting down this event. These are the pools of events that it pulls from. I got tired of basically typing the event names in here, so I just started putting it up there, defining it, and then I just put the name of whichever ones I want in here. These are all arrays. I mean, I use the Save Core plugin. It's very good. Some things I don't want to remake myself. 100%. So, because of that, let's see, I didn't want to, I'm using some of these, like I didn't want to remake the options menu. That sounds tedious. Why not just use theirs? Save menu, sure. I'm using their message core for now. But that's because I don't have my own message plugin doesn't interact with RM's message plugin, so I don't have an easy way to do options or choices basically. So for now, they're in here. And then wherever the other VS one is, somewhere around here. VS core is somewhere way up here. Probably blind. Right here, actually. Yeah. So, I mean, the save core is a pain, yeah. I mean, maybe it's kind of fun, I guess. I don't know, I'm usually pretty big on playing with a lot of the, like, grid stuff. Like, I like randomizers, even though I'm an artist who likes to do maps. I also like randomizers to avoid doing maps. It's really weird. So I love playing around with that, and that's why I have this ridiculous, system for dealing with distances from things that allow me to, you know, mess with the memory and things like, you know, I have this big system because I really enjoy messing with that. But I mean, it just seems dumb to sit there and go to all the trouble to make a whole new system when one already exists that's, you know, more than good enough. I mean, I'm already doing plenty of other systems, but I'm gonna skip that one for now. At some point, like, if I did this for long enough, just because I would sit there and eventually write out all of the plugins. I would make my own versions of all of them. Like, if this became my job to do this, like, just stream for a living, doing RM stuff, I would do that. 100%. Because why not? I would have all the time in the world to do it. Of course. And then I just make them available for everyone because, I mean, at that point I'd be making money off streaming, so I wouldn't care about making money off plugins. It wouldn't matter. I'm going to put these in groups of 5 because it bugs me when they're not in groups of 5. That's why I have this little line thing too. Everyone should have one of these. It's literally just a file named that. For a while I was actually putting weird little emoji fights in these things, but then I discovered that when you export it, it can cause problems, so I stopped. It was kind of funny though, but file names matter. They do. So I need this system to exist before I start making more stuff in Unreal for this. I think one of the biggest gripes I have with this is actually what you're seeing right now. And that's that I can't visually place anything. I have to literally sit there and go in here and then check where the collisions are. Load it up, see if it's good, and keep testing it over and over and over, and it sucks.
I sense danger.
Unfortunately, there's just no way around it. But I mean, the ability to go behind things and have it show where the character is pretty good. I don't think that got any better. I think that's actually exactly the same. Supposedly it's at negative 400, which should cause the image to be displayed higher up. And yet, it is not. It is not at all. It's just displaying exactly where it was. But here's the thing. I clicked off a wire just. It's saying it hits negative 600 right around here. At 1438? That's right, 1438. Attic block 16, minus 400. Oh, minus 400, let's get to, but it's saying it's reaching it, because otherwise it would be 300, like every other one here is 300. And if I turn this into like 0, they'll all display incorrectly. So far this update is turning into the everything update. Like, it's fixing so many weird bugs with the code and everything. It's adding in a bunch of new systems to make like quality of life stuff, and it's adding in a tutorial, and it's adding in like whole new sections of the game. This update has gotten too big, is what I'm seeing here. I may need to make some changes because the update is significantly bigger than I thought it was going to be. And I'll see everything displays higher. But then... look at how high these display. So if that's 0, then why does negative 400 display way down here? Because negative 400, well, actually, yeah, that's the one that's tied to that, right? Just to double check that that's the case. Yeah, they all look like they're right below it. So normally, the 300 essentially is displaying right there. So it moves the whole thing down a whole bunch. When I listed as negative 400, but the code is not... there's a mistake somewhere along the line here that's... First of all, if 300 displays that low, then I assume 200 is the real number that I want. I gotta remember that these are grid spaces we're talking about, which are only 48, so that is a lot of grid spaces we're talking about here. I use big numbers usually because I'm trying to judge distance on things and have stuff interact, but the actual images aren't that big. That's like 700 pixels. Negative 400 to 300, that's a lot.
Are you ready?
My problem with bug fixing is it's probably not that interesting to watch. I mean, I'm designing a new system, but testing it, there's just...
I sense danger.
I mean, there's no way to visually see it. That is lower. That is lower by far. Oh, get a print screen in here real fast. So, yeah, it's jumped down a little bit. So it is working. It's about finding the exact thing there, because I'm assuming I want the point right about in the center there. I guess 100, right? Yeah, pretty much it. You know, interacting with it is not easy. This system is so... yeah, it's not really built for anyone else to use but me. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. So much of the code that's stuck in here, a lot of these systems are actually from years ago. That's why they're so crappy by comparison to what I would normally make now. And I just want to spend like a month going through and just fixing all the code, making it better. But I don't think anybody wants to watch that. And then this would take even longer to come out. And I'm trying to get Prototype 4 out. This one looks like it's going to take like a month from now because of how much crap I'm adding. I think I need to really reduce how much I add for this update. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere near as much as I want to. I really don't. Oops.
I sense danger.
They're on top of each other, so I'm not sure which one's for which, but... there's only one there. There should be two. Actually, that looks correct. Perfect. Look at that. Now when I run behind it, I can actually see. Exactly what I was looking for. I could do that. I don't know, like, is this readable? I mean, I guess if you're on a phone, this wouldn't be readable, right? Well, I try to have my content the same size as you're viewing it because I'm viewing it the 1920 1080 as well. Huh. I don't know. Can I increase the size of this? I've never even thought about it, but it makes sense, I suppose. What did I just go to do that? Appearance. Control plus equals? Who thought that was a good idea? Control... What? I'm curious how this would even look. Well, at some point, it becomes really hard to do the actual work, too, if it gets too big. Like, that's the only downside. So, like, with this size, I couldn't sit there and have both things, two different things going here. But it would be easier for people to look at, I guess. That's true. Be a lot less efficient, but it is all about the quality of life for the viewer. Oh, that'd take a lot of getting used to. Maybe like that. Let me open the stream up and take a look. It's not a bad idea to sit there and try to make it easier for you guys to see it. Well, I can't crop too much because if I make it much bigger like this, then I won't be able to see what I'm doing. Like, I mean, at this point, it's already going to be a little more difficult to work with, but if I cropped it too, I'm not sure I'd actually, let me see how that looks. Huh. Well, I guess it's not that bad on the screen. It is more viewable. Let me test this out. Let's negative it back to... I think this is actually normal. So... I don't know, if people could learn something, it might not be too bad. Anything that could improve interest, I'm interested in trying. I'm just worried that it might be difficult for me to do what I want to do. But I'm pretty certain this is the normal size. How can I tell what the normal size is so I can see how much I'm even doing here? Okay, this is the normal size. I guess that is a little harder to see what it's doing. I could stand to increase it some, I suppose. At least 1 point, maybe 2. I don't know. 2's... I lose the ability to have a second thing going here for comparison. Unless it's completely off screen, I guess. But it would let people see what I'm working on. Makes scrolling take forever. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could, I can hide that when I'm not using it. That gives a little more space to work with. I could do that. Just make this when I need to find the thing I'm using. I can give that a try. Oh, well. We're not too worried about compact code here because the code has to do so much. At this point, we're well off the deep end for keeping the code compact at this point. I think I might try with just like +1 and see how that works. The +2 is just, it's actually just kind of hard on my eyes to work. I get where this would be terrible for anyone on a phone though. That's true. But this is still better than the original, right? So it's a bit better. I'll try that for a while. If people decide they like it, I'll, you know, increase it another one if they think I should. But yeah, thanks for the idea. That's very helpful. I didn't even think about doing that. There's a lot of things I don't think about. The viewer experience, I just don't think about well at all. Because, I mean, I have seen my own streams before, but usually what happens is I end up listening to them to make certain the sound's good and see what's actually, you know, interesting going on. But I usually don't sit there staring at the screen graph. Like, I'll check it out sometimes, check video quality, but beyond that. And then, of course, I already know what I'm doing, so it's like, it's not, it doesn't mean the same. So, it's just like when I'm making the game. A lot of this stuff is just like, well, but I already know how to play the game, so for me, it's going to be played way differently than for a normal person, so. Yeah. On the plus side, the system works. This one doesn't, but I can steal this out of here. Actually, he's a clown head. No, wait, the clown heads bounce. Teddy. Nice. I figure that's kind of what they would be for people. Like, you know, it's just I chat with people periodically. And, like, you know, discuss what I'm doing. But I really can't imagine people just sitting here watching this. Maybe they do. I know Blinded Journeyman, he watches a lot of it. But he's also learning all the RPGMaker stuff off me. So to him, it's probably really fascinating. But a normal person who's not learning all that crap off me, can't imagine it's that exciting to watch every moment as I sit there and test the same thing over and over and over. It's fun to hang out and chat with people, though. It definitely took a hobby that was very lonely and boring. Well, not really boring, but just lonely, I should say. Because I always had fun doing it, but I never really chat with anyone. It made it much more social. I like that. Because ever since I got into game dev, it's not like I'm going out and really meeting new people or anything, or just chatting with anyone. No. At work, I have this, and between the two, what free time was there again? It's not even enough free time to do both these. Half the time. So, yeah. It has definitely been an improvement. This needs to go down and be larger. The sad part is that for the previous version of RPGMaker, MZ, they had a program that you, it was just called QMap. And you could actually put these colliders in there and do it all in that, and you could visually see it. But it was made by a guy who left the community around 2018. And, you know, that's cool and all, but unlike the rest of all these things, it's a separate program that's made in C++. So you got to decrypt it, and then I have to learn C++ in order to make it work for this. And if I'm going to learn C++, I might as well just go over to, you know, UE right now and get over with, right? You know? Of course, the main reason I haven't gone over to UE is the price of moving all the assets for Poppet Quest over there. Usage rates for a lot of things are high. Or at least for the base assets that we use to make the characters, because I did stuff to make them. They don't look like this normally, but yeah. It's getting expensive since their current sales, like twice a year they have a, yeah, you know, JavaScript, so it's so much easier to stick with it. But yeah, twice a year DAZ has a DAZ Plus sale, and those are the best sales. But for some reason this year they took the interactive licenses, you know, DCs and like 3D stuff, and made them 4 times the price. They went from $5 to $20 per item. It's so expensive now that I took one look at that and it's like, well, maybe Poppet Quest is not getting moved over to Unreal Engine anytime soon. They better make a lot of money before I consider a version in that. I own almost all the rights to Poppet. I think I'm missing like the dress. Then I make the dress. Also, her gloves need to be taken away because her gloves would also require $20 because they're from something else. $20 just so she can wear gloves sounds terrible. I already have the skin things like that and all the stuff like that. It's from a doll thing that I use. That's fine. Hair I've got. I have the access to the toys. A lot of the toys. The things I've done with those are fine. I don't believe I have for her. I have all of Tinka's stuff, but that's because she was from art. She's a very complicated character. Yeah. I don't put you down now. Let's leave it as it is. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you know one programming language, it's really easy to learn another one by comparison to if you didn't know any. But let's say if I'm gonna, I think I'm gonna sit there and learn C++ just to fix that guy's program. Also, I don't know if I'm legally allowed to either. He made it where all the other stuff was open source, so maybe. But he said all his plugins. He used specific language, so I usually worry about legality for purposes of doing this stuff. Gotta push it down and over to the left, so probably down 20, over to the left 20, and then make it larger too. Up here. I think I need to just pump this a little bit. I'll pump it by 30. As visually, it's more of a oval. I need to start theming the areas because I'm gonna have all the paintings have different worlds in them, so I need to pick a theme for each one. But I don't have that many assets in DAZ that could work for that kind of thing, so I can make renders of stuff all I want, but most of the environment stuff I have is actually in Unreal. So there's one thing Unreal does, is just give you an infinite supply of environments for free. And you have the rights to use them in anything you want, except for the, as long as they aren't made by Epic. Only problem is well, it's not like RPGMaker can use models. Like, I guess I could try. I have seen people do some crazy things with it before, but how does this feel? It doesn't feel too bad, actually. Like, it isn't perfect by any stretch. Nah, it's a little off here. Sometimes the collision's a little bizarre and weird. Also, how'd that go through there? That's weird. Yeah, sometimes the colliders are a little crap. I think it's because I'm not using true pixel movement. I could switch to true pixel, but that would require a lot of work. That's interesting. Yeah, let's go down to the left anyway. Right down 10, left 10. Then it should be pretty good. Oh wait, left 10 means this way. Minus 50. Yeah. It most definitely is. Oh my gosh, the size of the things is incredible. It's just like, oh, just add this asset pack, you know, from the Unreal Marketplace. It's just another 4 gigs to your game. It'll be fine. Meanwhile, itch has got a cap of like 2 gigabytes for the size of your game, and if you ask them nicely, you can get up to 4 pretty easily from what I've been told. But after that, suddenly your distribution becomes ridiculous, and it's like, I don't know about this plan. I've seen how many people have played this game, so I'm not exactly
I sense danger.
looking to shovel out a bunch of money to get people to get it in front of more eyes at the moment. Maybe once it's a lot better of a game, I could see it, but for now, there will be no shoveling of money. This feels okay. Much better than it was. Plus, look at how much nicer these look than the crap that came out of Daz. I mean, this looks good. This does not look good. Also, now it makes Poppet look tiny, which she's supposed to look tiny. Because I actually had these in, I ran into an Unreal with a little character, and the character is like trying to jump up on top of these and couldn't even reach it. She's so much tinier than these things. And I was like, well, that seems about right. I mean, she's like, things were pretty tall when they were in this. WOST? What is this thing? I am not sure what this means. Alright. Oh, it's fair. I just have too many things that I already do. I can't imagine taking up making songs as well. Especially not for how cheap they are to just buy. But I also have another use for all the songs now at this point. I can just use them as stream background music, so. I need a new toy here. Where did I put these? Vintage room. They just gave me this one for free this month. Thanks, Unreal. Or thanks, Epic. You wonderful people. Alright. Oh, my render thingy here. Put that back in place so I can put things where they're supposed to be. Bread box. A bread box? Camera? Oh my gosh, I could make things huge if I wanted. Well, that is tempting. Have you run underneath chairs and things? Ah. Because now the system works, as long as it's the base of the thing, Poppet will always appear behind it. It wouldn't work well with 4 legs, though. If the legs were like all next to each other, like she could stand in front of a leg, but it would still appear transparent. There's certain, you know, things that are just not much I can do. Also, with this, there's a globe that, you know, has a space in it. In theory, I could have used that and put a swirling particle behind it. Is there a reason to do that? Because as long as I made a point of erasing this line right here, and like this line right here, the swirling particle looked pretty cool in there. But I don't know what I'd do with that, so I'll keep that in mind for the future, but otherwise it's, I can never run behind a giant phone. Ooh, a pocket watch. So excited about pocket watch. It's weird. Why are you over there? Come back here. Why is this thing the unclickable? Okay. It is not truly there. Do not question, because questioning will only lead to answers. I think I'd rather rotate it, right? I think it's Z that's actually the rotator. Now I'm going to rotate it forward. Oh, that's right. The light is directly above. Do I like that? I was trying to avoid shadows per se, but I guess the light can just be directly above all the time. I guess that makes sense, because in an attic, all the lights are going to be up higher, so if I had lit rooms, that'd be a thing. Unfortunately, I can't make the shadow go completely away. Not any way I've found, anyway. Anyway. There we go. I was like, one of these things is the right one. Camera, where are you? Oh, if I do that, I can actually trim away the shadow. Not a bad idea. But would it look better if I had it to the side? I gotta be careful about this. The little crank. I almost want the crank behind it, knowing that, thinking about it. I might do that, actually. That would be the opposite of what I wanted. Something more like this, because that crank is, there's no easy way for me to do the collision for it, so I don't want to at all. I think this is better anyway, because it shows you what's going on behind it anyway. I think that's what I want. That'll be fine. And maybe down a little bit. Sure. Great. Not visible. I got all my thingies set up. Blah 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 blah. Right size. Sure. Accept. Alright, let it render. Let's see if it breaks the stream. I don't even know. We're testing. We're testing. Let it break the stream. Oh my god. Probably not. Cool. How's it look, buddy? Bring that up real fast. You can see all my various failures as I attempt the other one, but this came out pretty good. See? Boom. Now I have this to play with. What a great system. And that was so much faster than Daz. And it doesn't crash the stream like Daz does. Fantastic. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Then I'm going to grab another picture that's roughly the same size. Oh, Daz 3D. I will go to their webpage and show you that, because if I open up Daz, it crashes the stream. So let's not do that and say we did. So this is Daz 3D. Or as I like to call it, doll OnlyFans, because there's so many attractive characters you can get on this that will get the job done for those people who are looking to get the job done. So what it does is you basically, you know, get to import these models into it, like, you know, any of these models really. They don't usually come with all this crap on them. Like, you know, this character. What is this even? Let me find a character. Blah, 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 blah. Like, you would get this character, and she shows up. She looks pretty much like this, only she has access to all these different lips, these things like that. You can also interchange her with any skin color, any eye color. Anything you have from anything else can all be added onto her. You can give her any textures you want. She's also not wearing clothes. These clothes were added, so just so you know. She doesn't have hair either, by the way. That's also not part of the thing there. So using all these crazy sliders and things like that, Daz lets you essentially spend, because I have like hundreds and hundreds of sliders that you can do. You can put any clothes on. The clothes come with sliders and things like that. You can, oh my gosh, it's like the world's greatest character creator, where you can quite literally change everything, including up to just editing pieces of them out if you want, or just opening up the textures and changing them yourself. Like, I did that. I did that for a bunch of them, actually, because, well, couldn't make it work. And Daz will try to also make the dreams come true. I'd love to show you, but the problem is, it uses NVIDIA exclusively. Like, it will not use other things. Don't even pretend. It's like you can buy, like, outfits and things like that, and then this outfit would go on all these characters if you want. Half the things look like, you know, lingerie crap. But yeah, I'm also recording with NVIDIA as well. Like, I have a card that's using just for that. So what happens is it overloads that card and crashes the stream. And look, I can get all kinds of steampunky things and stuff like that. Oh yeah, these things are, some of these are crazy. I mean, like, Daz will make pretty things for you. You can have all these cool things here, and like, this is actually just poses. But here's the thing, Daz also, like, these are fully moving mannequins, like, with like, all these bones and everything. You can move everything. Even their fingers can be moved as you see fit. But Daz will sit there and go, okay, if you take two poses and have, like, say 5 frames in between them, Daz will create the frames in between so that it makes the character move from one pose to the other. And it's got, you know, all kinds of weird things. It's even got, you know, vehicles too, like this weird pumpkin vehicle if you want. And you could bring these over into Unreal Engine if you want. It's not as easy as you might think sometimes. Some things are pretty easy, but some things are not very easy. And like I say, half the things look like doll OnlyFans, like this Dark Warrior Nun bundle looks like it's straight up out of OnlyFans. And yeah, well, it's really, really good at making things really, really fast, because most Blender stuff looks like garbage. But this sits there and basically allows you to essentially meld things together. It's like the ultimate meta-humans. That's really what it's closer to. It's like Omega meta-humans, where you can just, there's no limit to what you can do with it. So, I mean, in mere moments, you can crap out characters that look great. Because, you know, you get to work on base, things like that. You can also make your own stuff and import it into Dev if you want. Like, you could take your Blender stuff, move it, and then as long as it fits the same skeletons, you can make it use whatever you want. So, yeah. And so they have more anime options too. I think Girl 8's the... Like, they have more anime characters if you prefer those. And, you know, you can adjust the crap out of them. And the trick is, you want these bundles. But Daz is sneaky. Daz works off of sales, but they work off stacking sales. So in the right world, like, you'll get all these different products like that, whole outfits and like that, for this one price, sure. But you can actually get them where they are much cheaper than that. Like, you know, I think you can get them for, I've seen some of these pro bundles for like $5 if you just catch the right sale, or you stack enough items to make it, or use the multi coupons. There's so many things you can do, and they get crazy with their sales. Like, every day is a new sale, and it is like, you just see how many dumb offers are on their thing there. They have some token system where the discounts, where you spend more than $10, it goes down by 5% per 10%. But it's only 5% off the total, not the base, so you don't really ever get it for free. Like, this is just the sale page from today. More double discounts, and view all the items, and it'll be like, there's a bunch of items. It's not just those 3. Build your own bundle. There's like, I think 800 items like that. These bundles for like money like that. Like, there's so many deals. It's dumb. Unfortunately, I like these Daz for a days. The last year, these were $2 per. Now they're $6 per. They just jumped their prices dumb sideways. But there's 196 items today that are $6 today as opposed to other things. So knowing that, you can make a lot of really cool stuff in short order. Pose them however you like. It makes all the animations really cheap, really quickly, and allows me to make like thousands of frames of animation in a single night if I want. So if you really want a way to fast track making characters, Daz has your back. But instead of spending a bunch of money on it, what you actually do is you go to these weekly freebies. Every single, week they give out more, and you just sit there and collect them. Just keep collecting them all. They're free. Just do it. And just like over at, Unreal, on Epic's Market, where I literally now have like 800 plus items, that's how I got there. I didn't buy them. I just said, okay. So you can save a fortune on game dev, get really neat characters, and at some point I'll do a stream where I'm recording at a lower quality using the AMD stuff, and then I'll show people Daz. I can't do it when I'm doing NVIDIA, and the problem is that the AMD recording will cause it to it won't keep track of motion very well. So like, I'll do this and it'll take a moment for things to kind of get back to looking perfect. So it doesn't look very good for motion, but for Daz it'd be fun. So I'll do a Daz stream at some point, and people can see why you should probably be using Daz. Like, in all honesty, why you should be using Daz. There is no character creator on the level of Daz that I've ever seen. It's just like echelons above everything else. And it's designed to render for ads and stuff like that. People use it for a lot of YouTube thumbnails as well. I use it for my YouTube thumbnails for that. But all my characters are made in it. And some of them take a lot of editing to get there. Some of them were a little less editing. Characters like Tinka were a lot of editing. Characters like Miranda was like gross amount of editing. Poppet was a fair amount of editing, because she's, let's see, what was Poppet based off of? Let me open that real fast. Let's see, Poppet is... Well, first off, she's an Ico. I think she's Ico 8. So her basic character model was based on this, but got drastically changed from that, because she obviously doesn't look like Ico, the base Ico model. You can change a lot to make that happen. Let's see, I got her doll skin out of... I didn't pay anywhere near this. I get these really cheap. The spooky doll texture is a bugaboo because Daz can sit there and skin things. So Daz can take this and reskin this right over the top of the other characters and keep morphing it so you don't have to worry about it. Now, if it's not the right shape to start with, Daz will redo it, but it'll look a little weird. I don't know what Control M in Blender does. I'm just saying. But yeah, the fact that, you know, it had no problem just restretching this over, you know, Poppet to make her look more like a doll. I got a bunch of doll textures out of this character. So, this is just an add-on for it. It just comes with a bunch of textures. They're just made for you. You use them whenever you want. Yeah. I don't know. There's a bunch of weird things like that. Anyway. But yeah. Obviously, that's so much more effort than, you know, just using a bunch of sliders to basically get there. Like, you'd be surprised. Like, you can make like an entire cast of like a Pixar movie in one night in freaking NAS. It is impressive. And they look great. So, I am a huge fan. Without having to... Well, you don't have to do as much making. You still make a lot of things, but it definitely shortcuts it a lot. Which when you're a solo dev, you should do, because solo devs don't have a lot of time, right? As I use RPGMaker. That's ignoring the whole shortcutting thing. I need a size here. The size, I think it needs to be... Whatever size this is what it needs to be. We have my measurement here. I did this off stream to figure out how big I wanted these things to be, and I'll make them all about the same size, I guess. This one's going to need a much bigger collider, of course. It can be roughly the same size. That's fine. A little larger. Trouble is, I don't have a very good metric for how big everything is, so it's just going to be me guessing, because I'm not using anything to really measure. But my theory on the whole argument of how much work you should do is really just, you know, how much time do you realistically have? Like, I mean, if you're trying to make any kind of game in a reasonable time frame, you're going to want to shortcut everywhere you can. And making things from scratch is not usually what you want to do. Like, some things, sure. But, you know, if it would take you 10 hours to make something that would cost you $5, my time is worth more than $5 for 10 hours. That's crazy. Why would I do that? Worse yet, if I'm not that good at the skill, then the person who I'm getting the stuff from is probably way better, and it'll take me a lot longer than 10 hours to achieve a similar result. So in most cases, I would prefer to like shortcut if possible. And pretty much any of the successful devs will tell you exactly that. It's just, you know, if you want to get it done in a reasonable time frame, it's already a job that requires years. Even if you do that, to even get there, then it's like, you really don't want to make it take any more years than you gotta. I mean, if you can avoid it, I'm just saying, like, oh, how do you save it? Fair enough. I know plenty of people who sit there and spend, God, months making their characters for their games, and their characters don't even look good. I mean, like, and they put months into it, and it's just like, I mean, imagine if you had taken that time and you just paid someone like, I don't know, 20 or 30 bucks for those, and now you'd have saved months of time in trying to get your skill so great for something that's probably better because that person's already invested who knows how much time into it. Just like with music, I mean, like, yeah, if you do it yourself, you get the better music, sure. But am I as good as, say, the people at Dark Fantasy Studio who sold me their stuff for like 1,000 songs for $20? I doubt it. That's not disrespecting. I mean, it's just a simple, honest truth. They spent that long on it, and I mean, you're always going to be compared against the market. And the market's going to take one look at this thing you spent all this time on. It's so great and you love it so much. And they're going to look at it the same cold, hard way that, you know, someone who didn't care one bit about it's going to look at it. They have all these other games. They see your game. If it looks like crap, it doesn't matter. It's not disrespect. It's just how it works. So, I mean, like, I look at plenty of games too in the market. And I can tell you this, like, you know, if someone's stuff doesn't look very good, there's a good chance I'm just going to pass right over it because you really only spend, you know, you have like 15 to 30 seconds of someone's attention span as they're scrolling by. So it needs to be that good. And you saw how many things I scroll by on just, you know, Daz there. How many products were there? How much time did each person spend there on all these things? I mean, those things look great. Now imagine if someone made something that didn't look great amongst all that. I wouldn't even notice. I didn't add that to the list, oops. It's pretty much about being realistic on things. I find a lot of people who do games, they aren't that realistic. I mean, here I am using RPGMaker, and it's not the most realistic engine anyway. I mean, it applies to people who are trying to sell their games, too. Like, I mean, if you're trying to get people to look at your stuff, to play your things, you are compared against the market. If your goal is to be ignored by everybody, that's cool, I guess, but if you're not making a game for people to play it, why are you making the game? I mean, I want everyone to play my game, as many people as possible. That sounds great. Do I think everyone's going to? No. I'd like to have it happen. I gotta do something that encourages people to play it. Like, if they don't want to play it, I mean, I just wasted a lot of time. As much as I enjoy game dev, I don't really enjoy it if everyone just ignores my game. That would suck. Oh wait, I changed that without making a new event. Smart. Well, well, well. Because, I mean, at this point, Poppet Quest is just an abject failure. With its whole 37 downloads, I could have paid someone on Fiverr to make the game for like $50 and said, I paid someone on Fiverr to make this game, blah, 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 and make a video for it. It would have got more views and more downloads than this did. That I put all this time into, because nobody really cares. I got to make them care. Make them care. It's going to take a lot. There's a lot of games out there. And getting above all that noise. Oof. Not easy. Not easy at all. This one needs to be a box. I realize I'm the underdog with RPGMaker, but there is some charm to that. I mean, I get that, well, so far the charm is translated into people watching me do it. Kind of. More than some people get. So it's, you know, I appreciate it. It's great that people are watching, but it hasn't really translated into interest in the game. I have gotten two people to mess with it. I mean, part of why I stay in the RPGMaker community is that, well, I already have a game, and there's some people who are kind of following it, so I have two streamers who are keeping an eye on it, who will likely, one of them said they were going to play it again after a couple more prototypes. The guy who played it at the first prototype and thought it wasn't a very good complete game. Yeah, he's right. It wasn't. It was a prototype. And hopefully over time people get that interested in it. I don't know. But I definitely want as many people as possible to play it. Like, did I forget to put that number in again? Yes. 292. I haven't even paid attention now. Well, this one's done as far as not that many views on the stream right now, but it's okay. Because, you know, at the end of the day, at least I worked on the game. I don't know. 12 more views than I initially had, because all the people who viewed it today. Usually Blinded Journeyman shows up around now.
I sense danger.
But you might have this pesky thing called a life. Who does that, right? Have a life. That's weird. Oh look, now they're on top of each other. Anyone that's separate, so I can look at it. I probably should have just made it the only event, but I was kind of curious to see this giant thing. If that. It really just needs to be like, it's actually probably the right height, since I want to be able to go partially behind it. So it just needs to be like, over to the left by a bit, and on a bunch. Doesn't even need far down at all, because I need to just increase that. But this thing here will cause it to walk right up to the thing, so that's actually not bad. It doesn't got to be that big of a square. Not bad. Alright. For some reason I thought it needed to be an actual square, but it doesn't really. I'll probably end up moving these amongst other things. I don't really think it needs to be in the same one. I don't know. I need to do boxes too, but I have boxes in there too, so I can make this cool. Like I have all kinds of things. I can also move all the stuff from the from Daz over into it and do the renders in that too. I might just do that as well. Re-render everything so it's just bigger and badder and cooler. I don't know.
Are you ready? I sense danger.
Oh, I'm right by one. Smart. Okay, so it just needs to be, well, just wider by a lot and over to the left by more. Got it. I wish there was an easier way to do this. Well, I'll try like 220. I'll do minus 100. See how that looks. Might be a shorter stream tonight. And there is, well, no one's watching when 3 hours goes by. Get shorter.
Hi. Bye. Are you ready?
Ooh, and everything will be giant sized. I'll get to live my dream of tiny dolls in RPGMaker. And that one apparently carrying it. Yeah, I don't even know how that works. That's fine. I ain't judging. I mean, I'm judging, but I'm not judging. That's a lot better. I want one that's away from the boxes. There we go. That's perfect. And it probably needs to go over a little bit because she shouldn't be able to walk through the pipe. I didn't think about that. Oh. I wanted to just push her over so she has to walk here, I think. I don't really want her to be like perfectly close to it. I'm not going to do a poly for it, so. I don't think I'm content with her able to walk through the pipe. I think that sucks. On the other hand, No, no, I'm not content with that. So I'm thinking maybe like left 20. I'm gonna increase the size by 20 as well. Let's see where that puts it. As we do the incredibly tedious task of trying to make the lighters work for RPG Maker. I can't see him until I go into the game. Just guesswork. Go in, check, and then leave. The worst experience. Huh.
I sense danger.
I don't know how they managed to pick those up. That's so weird. It only happens every once in a while, but it's so weird. How? Yeah, she can still go through it. She can also stand on top of it, so it needs to go down a bit. And just be larger, I guess. Yeah. I usually do more than one of these at a time, but apparently not today.
Are you ready?
Oh,
I sense
let's see
danger.
here. I swear the watch thingy is just off, the concurrent viewers, because it'll say I have all these hours watched, and then it'll say there's no one watching. And I'll be like, well, maybe I should stop. And in reality, there's people watching, and it's like, huh? And other times it's like, there's people watching, and then I'll say I get like almost no viewers, and it's like, but it said people were watching. Which is it, YouTube? I'm so confused by their stats. That's relatively good. It's never going to be perfect. Yeah. It still needs to go down some. I almost want pixel movement. I'm tempted. I'd have to redesign everything around pixel movement, though. Oops. That's not good. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to close it anyway. I'll do like negative 60, and then it'll be like 130 tall. Maybe Unreal Engine would be better for this. I don't know. I keep thinking RPG Maker is not the worst, but getting people to look at it is very challenging. Of course, it's also not that interesting to watch someone make a game in it, to be honest. Most programming is kind of slow going. I could go through the like hundreds of hours of stream time and be like, oh, look what I did in this time.
I sense danger.
Just need one that's out by itself. It's still not very perfect. I might just live with that, though. It's really odd how it does that. I could try pixel movement. Real pixel movement. If memory serves, though, it wasn't very good because of how things worked. I have to change all the calculations. I don't care that much. I thought about it and I realized I don't. because all the distances are figured around 48 increments. I would need to refigure everything around grid things. I might do that at some point. That could happen. Whatever the case, I have a new toy. Neat. We're making stuff in Unreal Engine for RPGMaker, which is kind of weird. But hey, it's just what we do here. I can have this vintage floor. What'd it do? Bonk. Up. Up, I say. Up. Does this floor look cool? Would it look cool if I... Maybe. Come to me, thingy. Usually with floors, though, I prefer to be straight above them, because if I don't, then they're kind of hard to tile. Like, if they're this weird angled, it does not get a tile right. It's going to look terrible. Would I rather use this over that? I mean, I guess technically I can move it like... Well, never mind, I have to move this, the Sin Actor. I don't know if I want to make a floor right now. I gotta move the Sin Actor directly above it. We'll come back to you. I'm thinking about that. There are walls. Is that the front? Or is that the back? And this would be cooler. God, the amount of effort when I could just be designing it in this engine. We'll see. Say, I'm using this to teach myself to use Unreal Engine while I work in RPGMaker. I'm just saying. Do I actually need to grab, what else I want to grab here? Let me add it to this thing. Can add more assets to this thing. 1 second. Where are you, little buddy? I have to create a project. Screw that noise. I'm gonna copy paste it. One moment, I'm going through the files on my computer. I will get right back to this in a second. I do not wish to show people potentially personal documents. Not looking to share with the world quite like that. You guys are great and all, but we're not that close. I mean, we're all buddies here. But there's buddies, and then there's buddies, and them's a level of buddy that is probably not happening anytime soon. Watch the copies over the mansion. I gave it away the previous month, but I'd already paid for it, like an idiot. Forgetting the most important thing when dealing with Epic, never buy anything. Just wait for them to give it to you for free. Are you broken? Usually when you copy paste things, they're not broken. But here we are. Dems don't work right at all. One moment, please. And this is my problem with UE. When you decide to copy and paste anything, God help you, because nobody else will. Nobody indeed. I have this in another one. But more important, it was in a folder called environment. Let me see if I can cheat the system by making one called environment. And then just moving the stick dimension over into environment. Off screen, so, oh, nope. Oh, this is a dumb decision. What I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to delete the stick dimension here and then copy it over again. You do not want to move files in Unreal Engine. God, no. If you do this, it's like the bad touch. It will not work out in your favor. I didn't manage to delete the files correctly. Whatever. Take this. Environment, second mention. There we go. It's dumb, but it worked. That's all that matters. Of course, not gonna build them all, but that's all that matters. Random food things, book pile. Ooh. I was gonna make a little home for Venetia that was inside of a bunch of books because I wanted to be like a book nerd. That'd be interesting to try here, actually. I might do that. Yeah, looks like it's gonna be a short stream today. That's fine. I'm not that concerned if it's a short stream, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna do the books there. I wish I could have it build everything so I don't have to look at it this way, but I'm running in my head the idea of how I want to build this. Okay, well, first of all, let's do this so it's just bigger. There's so much crap in this. Oh my god. Am I building it just out of books? Interesting, more modular things. Lockout thingy, interesting. Let me get the camera together real fast. I'm curious how this is going to work out. Put the content browser at the bottom for a second here. This is going to be kind of a pain otherwise. Probably going to want to cram it right on up because I'm going to use this as a 1920 1080 in a room for Venetia. Clockwork's gonna have something similar too. Like this, I guess. Okay, so we're looking at interesting. I'm not sure how this is going to come out. I'm just trying out weird stuff to see where it goes from here. I often get weird little ideas. Either way, I'm gonna, just do what I can to make this interesting. Oh. That's the one that's broken. I want to live under a chair thingy? I don't know about that. I guess everything should be about size 5, right? Because everything else is size... That's huge. I guess zoomed in, it doesn't matter. Oops. That is what we call too far. The camera is not conducive to what I'm trying to do right here. I would live on an animal fur, maybe? Decisions. Well, she hates tiger kitties, so that'd be perfect. What does this one look like? Well, tigers are striped, so something like this is probably more accurate, given her hatred of tiger kitties. I will make this dream come true. I will build this in here and then use it in RPGMaker. The worst way you could ever use Unreal Engine. It will happen though. we'll do this. I'm probably gonna want to have it like zoomed out about here or something, I guess. But she's gonna live inside the little building like that, and I want it to be made out of crap. So, all made out of books and bottles and just things that are holding it all together. So, I need something small that can hold it up. I guess you could have like a candlestick in here or two. I can make them small candlesticks though. So she can light the place. I could have just held all I'm stupid. Those are walls. I had the vintage room stuff too. What kind of weird crap can we make out of this here? Well, she lives under a desk. Yeah, go ahead and build the message. Oh, messes. Oh, I'm sorry. Meshes. Huh. Maybe. I think I turned the desk around though, right? Probably. That's not quite what I was hoping for, but you know, whatever. Oops, I don't want to move it up. I want it like that. So I'm trying to think of what, like, you know, a book nerd who's basically forced to sit there and just, you know, collect every bit of information she could find would do, or how she would live. And I just assumed she'd be surrounded by books and candles and just dumb crap like that the whole time, right? I have no idea how this is going to come out in RM. Like, this is going to look weird, I think. That's half the fun, you know? What would it look like right now if I put it in RM? Where are you? That's interesting. Come here for a second. I kind of want to build it taller, I think. You want to kind of move it down some, right about there. Maybe not down some at all. Interesting. Go and save. What? Oh, hey, Blinded Journeyman. How's it going? I'm experimenting with some hot UE action in RM just to see what it'll do. Right now it's exporting. Yeah, earlier I was working on this a new way of displaying all the map blocks so that they're done by my image plugin instead, and then they also cause the image to display at only half opacity if you're behind it. So I could have bigger items and not have worry about obscuring the character. And the system's still buggy. I'm not gonna lie to you, it ain't perfect, but we getting there. Oh, I guess that is a problem, isn't it? It would display the stuff behind it because I haven't hidden that from view. Well then. Bonk. And then... Oh, that's a sky sphere, right? Hmm. I think I have to hide both these. Look, sky atmosphere might cause a problem. Add track, sky atmosphere, plus actor hidden in game. Boop. Exponential height fog? No. Volumetric clouds. Actor hidden in game. Boop. Which now I can't see the target, which makes me question all my life choices up to this point. That does not work. Sky atmosphere? Where did it go? Why are you not showing me suddenly, buddy? Pal? Friend? Let me save it all and then jump out, jump back in. Sometimes that fixes the weird crap that our UE does. Oh. Well, you see, that's how you know it's a well-earned sleep. When you pass out from doing game dev, right? Anyone who says different, ain't nobody like them anyway. Sure. Convenient. I have multicolored books. Oh my god, the camera is set to nothing. There we go. Sometimes UE just does UE things. One should never question UE. UE just does UE things. Is this open? God, it'd be so great if this book opened. I don't think it does, though. This isn't like Daz, where they just have thingies that do that. Sad. But let's slow this camera down now, because I don't want it that fast for this. She seems like the type that would have a camera. Anyway, there we go. That looks like it'll get the job done. Let me save all that crap. Already brought the renderer up. Nice, nice. Not that one. I have a better one. I have this one right here. It's already set up. Excellent. Get to rendering, buddy. It's rendering on the other screen, because why not? There we go. Does not want to move the whole way. There we go. Oh, it's almost creepy and weird. Good, 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 good. Oh, it's already done. Neat. How'd it go, buddy? Pal? Friend? Oh, it actually looks kind of sick. And by kind of sick, I mean... it's kind of... blurry and crappy. Nice. Didn't come out like this at all. Weird. Why? I can enlarge the size. High resolution tower count like 4, something like that. Two. Just one? I don't want to take a long period of time, okay? Like, that's not what I'm here for. I already toned it down because it was taking forever to do it last time. So I can probably do 3840. And then 2060. What happens if I do that? This is my dad's replacement. Just saying. Nah. Oh, technically it could be a dad's replacement. I could literally have a character who's moving in this, and I could have the thingy do renders of them if I wanted. Seems like a real pain, but why is it so blurry and crappy? I mean, I guess it's just because of the lighting is so weird. Let me test with this going and see what it does. Okay, I didn't hide that good. I didn't hide this background though, so it's probably not going to work out the way I want. That doesn't look like I rendered the sky at all. Still kind of crap though. That did not come out the way I wanted. That's okay. That's just such low quality. Oof. Well, I think the other ones came out better quality because I made them all 5x. So, one moment, please. I will do this too. I learned a new trick. Let's take all this crap under here. But I assume it's actually just all these things, right? Things I added in. Let's see. What was the trick? How do I do this? I don't really want to merge the actors. It's not what I'm looking for. I'm pretty certain that's what it is. Yeah. Cool. Where'd it go? I made it big. I tried to. Why did it move way over there? Why? Why? Stay where? Not intended. That is so weird that it moves. Interesting. Put them all in things I thought I could get away with that, but I don't really want to have to move it around way off of everything if that's the case. Interesting. I'm just going to cheat and do it this way for now. I can always just move the camera. Come on, camera. We got a job to do. Hmm? I need to be facing this direction. Okay. Hmm? Oh. That camera is just a bit too fast. Like this, like this. I'm gonna make it more interesting later. I just am curious to see what. Oops, don't do that. What happens when I do all this? Tell it to render. That was a critical fail. I guess I just have to initially enlarge it by a bunch if I'm going to do that, because if you don't do that, then everything comes out all blurry and crappy. All the other ones are enlarged to 5x, so I was able to get a decent thing on them. So I think I just got to do that. Got to live that thug life, yeah. Did you hide it? But where is it? Sometimes it likes to hide things, and I really haven't found a way to get them back. Except for the most obvious way. We just closing it and opening it again. It was weird. I'm sure there's probably some method that, you know, exists. I just don't know it. Turn the microphone for a second, and I forgot to turn the microphone back on. Nice job, me. Let me test the render now and see what it does. I'm curious to see if it renders what it was supposed to there, or if it moved it. No, it just renders the camera thingy on the book. Yeah, it does not like what I did there. One bit. But yeah, I just rendered the book. Crappily, of course. That's okay. I have a test to do anyway. Let's just 5x this stuff and see what happens, huh? I want to see how clear that comes out, if it comes out clear at all. let's get it in the shot, I guess. But yeah, I was telling Mike that the plan is to just slowly build all these cool things, you know, for Poppet Quest inside of UE, right? And then at some point, if I ever switch over to UE, I've already built it there. Otherwise, I can just use it to, you know, make renders that I can put in Poppet Quest. I mean, there you go. Seems like a reasonable course of action. Along the way, I would learn how to use Unreal Engine. Well, I guess working on Poppet Quest slowly. So it came out looking like that. In that, and over here it came out looking like you can definitely see how much clearer it is, but it's still not that clear. It's probably clear right about there. It's much better than this gross thing. I suppose zoomed in it might be a little better. Let's just delete this. This is a mistake. Just errors. Maybe if it's too close it won't work. I don't know. I'm willing to do a bunch of random tests just to see what gets the job done, because I mean, really, why not? Right? What's the worst that happens? I end up with a bunch of images that are worthless? It sucks it puts the little render loading thing on the other screen, but by the time I move it over, it's already done, so. Could be that I'm just too close to the target. That might be true, actually. I mean, at that point, that's 100%, but you're never going to use 100% anyway. Is that cleaner? I think so, actually. Interesting. I wish I hadn't rammed those together to make the little thingy, but I did, so whatever. Oh, it's like it's forever broken now. Interesting. UE does weird things sometimes. Alright, well, we'll just call that a wash. Clearly, it's not going to do what I want it to do. I'll just delete that crap and try again later. I'm basically seeing if I can build things and have them work out the way I want in UE or not. I suspect I probably can. There's some weird behavior that goes on because I'm using all these things at once. I'm seeing that now. Like, this isn't normal for how UE performs. Would be this. That's weird. It actually gets rid of the light. What the? Oh, in the shadow. Weird. But it doesn't get rid of that shadow. Alright, it's causing the shadow. Of course it gets rid of the shadow. Get rid of it. That was all cool. Listen, sometimes I'm dumb. Whatever, it's fine. Don't be judging. Or do, whatever. See you, biker. Alright, so we're making a little home for her. This time I'm going to put a few things out and then try rendering and see what happens. Wait, that one's broken because, of course, something's broken. But this is my, you know, go ahead and break it because I don't care project. That's too big. Wow. Yeah, I don't know about the scaling on the books. The scaling on the books feels really weird. How about 2? Three? Sure. Would it be that tall? Maybe. I can see it. Why not? Oops. I could actually add light too. Now this might not be what I use because it just doesn't really fit, but if you kind of want a dual thing or a chair or anything over. It's 180, I know it's 180, I'm dumb. That might be accurate. Maybe 4. About 4. I ever live under a chair. Good enough. I just want to test this. That's a good enough test. Sure. See what happens with everything being way bigger. Already looks like it's better. Oh, that's assuredly the secret. Look at that. That's way better. Also, it looks like she's, you know, out on the beach. Oh my gosh, this is so much better than Des. I now understand the truth. I can do it on stream, too. A lot of times it takes a while to make some things, though. If it's any kind of scene. But what I really want is there needs to be like a foreground here that the player can run around in, and then there'll be an area that's kind of blocked off, I assume. It'll work a lot like Fortuna's thing. And I'll probably just make it the exact same size as a normal area. But I kind of want a place for her to be able to hang things up. So maybe I actually make it like more like a regular map. And on the regular map, I just have, you know, each of these little individual areas, and then you just go by them. And then she has like all the stuff that's laying on the ground that you found of hers. It's not a bad idea. Huh. Now I know I can make this work. Let's make it not crappy. Where'd it go? Apparently when it renders, sometimes it hides things like that. But it ain't supposed to hide that. It's supposed to hide the other stuff. But the stuff is supposed to hide her back. Now bring some back out didn't help, so yeah. Interesting. Like this. Ah yes, the effort I go through to make this stuff work in RPGMaker. Do not question, or do. Okay, so how am I planning on doing this? Like, you brought it back there. Let's say I want to make a like an entire room for her. I might do the same for Clockwork, so I'd probably want to turn this sideways, and we'll treat this as like our little home thing like that. We'll try to build on top of it. Right? Because if we're moving it to RPGMaker, it's going to need to be probably a handful of 1920s by 1080s, so it'll almost certainly be, like, these will be the foreground, I assume. And then in the background, I'm going to rotate these. I don't like them the way they are. Okay. Well, let's look how high we're even looking at here. We're only going to be looking at, you know, I haven't brought the renderer up. My bad. Bonk. I guess we're only looking at about that height? I don't know. I think I could be a little higher. Well, let's say we do that, and then we're going to have... We'll move it over to the side each time, we'll take pictures, and we'll just put them all together. If that's the case, I probably want to move far enough out that I can get a full chair in there as the first one. And then... I just have all sorts of things like that, and I'll have like a ceiling above. And then I want to have things in the background here that are probably going to be like books and stuff, I assume. Or just weird crap. Nah, I don't do it that way. That sucks. I can do better than that. Gotta remember that she's, you know, a complete, you know, book nerd who obsesses over anything that looks like literature in the entire attic. So she's just collecting everything. That's my working theory, is book nerd. So she'd probably have it piled high. I wouldn't be holding the chair up, because that's weird. Why would it hold the chair up when the chair is clearly held up by 4 legs? But I could see her piling books really high for no apparent reason other than she can. I like to envision her a lot like the that character from Read or Die, the paper, that chick who just, like, you know, was all about, you know, everything that was a book. She had to read it. She didn't care. And she traveled all over the world and fight all the bad guys just because she wanted to read a book. Kind of like that, if it was a Venetian mask that has no hands, and I'm not sure how she reads books, to be honest. More haphazard. This camera is going to get moved. Actually, I'm going to probably put it over to the side here. She does collect pictures of the... oh, does she collect the pictures? Or she collect the notes? Yeah, I haven't figured out what Clockwork collects yet. Oh yeah, he collects arms of dolls because he's trying to find arms to replace the fact he doesn't have arms. I'm not sure how I'm going to make that a thing. Like, it'd be so funny in UE. I'm not sure how I'm going to make it in RM, though. Right? Because in UE, I could just attach it to him. I'll think about it. Whatever the case, I think I'll... It's weird. Never mind, I need to turn 90. I think what I'll end up doing is I'll end up moving piece by piece over there and just slowly making things and make it kind of its own weird little world. Because yeah, when you unlock NPCs, I want them to unlock little worlds to go into, so that they're way more exciting than just, you know, oh look, they're standing there. Because that's stupid. That's not cool. Nobody thinks that's cool. I don't. I'm not really sure exactly where this is all going as far as how it's going to look. But that's okay. It just has to look like junk. The more junk, the merrier. I've thought about lighting it with candles. It's getting closer to what I want. I kind of feel like this is just really out of place, though. I almost want the camera to be really important because of the whole her collecting things, but maybe not. Let's save it for now and see how it looks, and then pipe it over to RM. Because gross misuse of power is the only use of power. We'll see how it goes. Render local, buddy. Pal, friend. Oh. Shoot. Wait a minute. Where are my saves? There we go. I don't know what that other dialogue was doing, but it was crappy. Alright. Producing flames. Burn. Burn. Okay. Finalized. All I know is today I learned Flame Elsa is a thing, and Flame Elsa is awesome. I would watch Frozen if everything was on fire the whole time. Yeah. How'd it look? Interesting. I'm gonna pipe it over and see what happens. Do all my migrating through files off camera. Because who knows if that's a good idea. But yeah, I just quickly do that, and now it's over here. It's perfectly fine. Nisha house 1. See, that's what players are for, to do exactly what you don't want, Blinded Journeyman. I mean, just how it works. If they, you know, did what you wanted, then you'd never find all the weird bugs and everything. Or all the things that you didn't know were even in your game. You're like, oh, that's a thing you could have done. Cool. Alright, so let's copy pasta. Map 3, I guess. I might even make Fortuna's big at that point, too. I don't know if there's any need, though. Fortuna's kind of got her own little map. I don't really want to change it. Okay, well, I think I'll stick with the first book thing. Wait a second. How far over was this? No, we'll just drop it right on top. Alright, let me navigate to the folder for this. Grab Venice. It's just Venice House 1. I literally just named it. I should know this. And, yeah. It has nothing behind it, so it needs to have the regular wall. So it would be a curiosity. Do I have regular wall anywhere? I think I do, because I got rid of the hole. This is 14. Let's start commenting these so I can tell which one's which. Yeah, imagine it's you've learned your lesson about tutorials by my failures with tutorials, I imagine. I have seen how badly people have done with my stuff because I didn't include tutorials. Not what I intended. Explain. 14? Sure. Wreck map. How'd I mess this up? Mess something. Oh. It has to be done differently. Oh, I just need to change the curiosities. Let's try it this way. Good old me already made a system to do everything. Sadly, good old me didn't comment any of it, so good old me is a failure like that. It's weird, in the last, like, hour, I think I went from, like, 13 views to 25 views. So apparently, it is really the time of day. Okay, well, that light shouldn't be there. Also, Tinka doesn't need to be on this map, but... I probably want to make the leg thingies in front of this, too. Also, this is too high, but... That's way too bright because of the bloom. The bloom screwed it up. Okay. I have a new plan. New plan is in fact new. It's the opposite of old plan, which was old. A new plan. I get rid of this horrible light. Yeah. Yeah, I need to label things more. I need to really just, you know... So much of this code was just from years ago, and it's a dumpster fire. I really need to go through and streamline it, and if I do that, then maybe I'll make other games on our own, because I'll have spent all this time making this code perfect. We shall see, though. Yes, we shall see. Do a quick overwrite. It still looks like crap. And that's because bloom is a thing. And bloom takes anything that's even remotely white and makes it real bad news. Come here for a second, little buddy. Pal friend and all that. That's still way too bright. This really is an experimenting process to see if I can make this look good. Oh yeah, it's great for small games. This was originally started out as a small game, and I just kept adding to it. Huh. That just looks like a dumpster fire.
Bye.
It's just too bright. Come here for a second, Yui. I got some plans. Some plans, some plans. Hard to see what I'm doing. 1 second. Control L. Whoever thought this was a good idea sucks so much. How does that look, little buddy? Pal, friend. Sin actor. Oh. Interesting. Kind of gives it a very stark look. I'll render it. Let's see what happens. What's the worst that happens? Yeah. There's definitely an issue with old Bloom messing with things. I really should have remembered just how crappy Bloom really is sometimes. I mean, it looks really good when it looks good. Sadly, sometimes it ain't so pretty. This sucks. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It's not very good. Looks a lot like it's completely dark. Which would be cool if I had a way to light it, but I don't. Come to me, light actor. I can see clearly now. The sun is here. I can see all obstacles in my way. I like how in UE you can just move the sun around. But really the big purpose of this is actually to teach myself UE in the process of, you know, making stuff for RM, so. Oh look, it hit something again. It hit all those things. Really? I don't know what causes that, but it's really annoying. I was just making items and adding them in, but I mean... Because you can see, this is what I did earlier. The new system I have set up. Yeah, sure, open that editor. It's asking me questions. What are you at, Poppet Quest? Oh. One moment, please. I must go back to the map where I can test this. You know, I could actually have it move the camera and take pictures as I go. I don't have to actually drag it like some sort of a Luddite, you know? It is used to make big Hollywood movies. You can move the camera. I don't know how to do that yet because I'm pretty much a Luddite with Unreal Engine, but listen, I will learn.
I sense danger.
Sure, tutorial, yeah. Nope. So I made a system where now if you go behind something, you can literally see through it and see where the character is. And now I have these new bigger things that you can, well, supposedly run behind. Apparently when they're on top of each other, it does not work correctly. Or it doesn't work well at all. Wait a minute. This is a problem. Why is it showing 2? It's displaying 2 copies of the image. Well, it's supposed to do this, and then you can just run behind it, and because it's so big now, the system works fine for just, you know, letting you run around in front of it, run around behind it, so you can have way bigger stuff. So I tested it with the 2 items that are huge. But apparently when they're on top of each other, it causes a weird issue, I think. So... oh yeah, right now they're set as the only 2 items that spawn. That are the creative items because I wanted to find them. Without having to look around all the time. Otherwise, they're going to spawn in a group of all these items up here. This big list of items instead. But I need to replace all those items because those items are tiny. Because at the time I was worried that, you know, I couldn't have the player get completely obscured because people wouldn't know where they were at. This system will deal with that problem. However, I had to switch to my own image plugin displaying everything instead of them being particles. So the particle system can't do what I wanted. Like, I don't have a way to do it. Particles don't work like that. They're just rapidly displaying an image. And my image plugin
I sense danger.
does a lot. But making it build into this system has been more effort than I thought it was going to be. But normally you barely ever see the globes and things like that, I think. But all this stuff should be huge by comparison, and it's just not. I'm also going to have less piles of things and more other stuff. But I mean, the graphics even look better to me than these other ones too, because they're just so much nicer looking, so I don't know. I mean, I've been there. I understand. But yeah, that's the plan. I haven't built it into her house yet. Her house is still a particle. Also, it looks like the, I'm not seeing duplicates of the other things, so maybe it's only a thing if there's so many of them. I don't know how it's causing that duplicate issue. If they're right on top of each other, it seems to cause a problem. Yeah, they don't show up very often. There's a lot of things at this point.
Don't even try.
This really is so much less neat than Unreal Engine. Oh my god. Oh, whatever. I'm learning something. Yeah, I haven't even seen the other one show up. But yeah, they don't show up very often, which is why I have them set to show up all the time. It's weird that it causes that problem, though. I wonder if it'll be caused by more things or not. But I mean, all my stuff is being displayed by it, so why would it cause problems for some but not others? Let me see here. Oh wait, I think I have an idea. I think I understand exactly what's causing it. As with many things, it's a question of order. If it happens to run the first page, cool, great. If it runs that first, it puts someone in the right place. However, sometimes it sets up lockdown first, and then lockdown turns on this, and then it flips off and, well, it goes back to, I believe, this one. Anyway, it ends up creating the map thing there, but it's at the wrong. So for this to work, this has to actually be on all of them. A lot of it comes down to how the status menu works. I've come to this conclusion that I'm going to build every single thing that I don't, you know, I would build in UE in a little crap project that I don't care how messed up it is. And once it's working perfect, I will then move it into the completed project. I'm really learning this is how it works with that UE. Like you've seen how many times I've closed it because of the problems it's already caused. And there might be some way around it, but I just don't know what they are. So it's like, huh, okay, buddy. I do like the little spinny quest thing. There we go. Look at that. And none of them are next to each other. Like I said, they were all too perfectly next to each other, so I knew it had to be an image display issue. I'm gonna need to space them out more too. Yeah, now the boxes are tiny by comparison, so I'm gonna have to vastly improve the size of things. Also, all these are gonna have to get moved around too, but I suppose I had to make new boxes. Well, I'm thinking about what I'm gonna do about this. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna improve. I mean, there's so many objects in UE to play with, and that I can just render them and toss them in. It's fantastic. As long as Epic didn't make it, I can just use it in any engine I want. It's beautiful. I'm so happy by it. It's like, oh my god. I was having a problem finding a lot of assets. Of course, now I gotta... there's problems that are caused by it, but whatever. It's a thing. Let me, test this here. Let's see. On the sequencer, I can usually hide, like... What if I had the sky atmosphere and then go to the Sin Actor? What does it look like? Still seems inhumanly bright. Tell it to render and see what happens. You can just see how bright it is. I don't know. I don't really like that. There we go. Producing flames. That's a lot richer. In comparison to the other ones? I mean, geez, that's a lot richer. Well, not when I changed intentionally, but it looked like this, so washed out, and then this new one's not that one. Sure. Nobody likes that one. All my friends hate that one. Oops. I forgot you could backspace and do that. Or delete, I mean. You can get the reverse. Nope, nope. Copy paste that over. After and tell it to move over. I think I need to move the X, actually the Y down a bunch, right? Actually, let's make it 0. I have no idea if this will come out looking good. Like, this is a pure experiment on my part to see if I can make it happen. course, that's how I've come up with all these weird things in the first place. This is gallery 4. This might get a slight rename. The other ones are pretty obvious where they're at. Oh, that's much better. I mean, it's still pretty bright. But it's not that bright by comparison. But I need to do it slightly separate. I need to have one over the side here. So I need to render this separately. And then render the books like that, and then render the chair separately too. I want the chair legs in front, so you have to go underneath the chair legs. Yeah. Job 1, figure out why the lighting is weird. Job 2, everything else. Because the light's really bright on these. And a lot of it's just Bloom's fault. Because otherwise, well, it's still pretty bright. So let's try something here. Yeah. Do a trick here. A tricksy. And the trick is block the light. I don't think that works the way I want it to. Be completely honest, I don't think it does. Yeah, I think it could look decent enough if potentially. Okay, so it's not a question of that, it's a question of the strength of the light. Actually, I could also change colors too. I don't know how I feel about this one, but I'm going to test it anyway because this is a learning experience. If it goes pop, well, you know, that's fine. It can go pop. A bit deeper shadows. Yeah, it's definitely deeper shadows on it. No doubt. That's interesting because, you know, the actor, the sequence actor, basically made it look completely dark. So I was like, huh. How about that? Every time by the time I drag it over, it's already done. So it's like, I can drag it over, it's done. You're like, oh. It's laggy when dragging it over too, so by the time it registers you dragged it over, it's like, oh, I'm done. It's better, right? Because, you know, I mean, look at the difference between that and that. Wow. That's actually pretty spicy right there. How about now? I'm moving it forward to make a difference for making the light brighter. Of course, now it's stuck in the chair. It does get rid of the light problem though. I'm going to see how that looks in there. I'm just curious about, I'm going to redo it obviously, but just to see what we're aiming for here. Guess Poppet Quest is still running, don't care. That's actually not too bad right there. I mean, the floor is too dark, so that doesn't help. This is definitely going to take some visual trickery. I mean, I'm going to remove all these extra boxes, of course. And then I'm going to want to have something over the front of this to make it possible to see things. And I'll probably put like additional thing over here. I'll still have to run to the chairs separately. But all in all, it is getting better and better. Yeah, well, first of all, I hate how this went. Let's say I move another one over here. I don't know what I'm doing with this book here. It's going to go somewhere at some point, probably. Whatever, I can just go away for now. Maybe she'll live by a kitchen table or something, you know? Even then, it still doesn't look great. I get the feeling it's rendering this. That's a problem. Stop rendering that. I'll see how it looks. So we take this. So it came out like this. That's not enough light. That's sucky. Once again, Bloom is just messing it up. I'm going to test it in there anyway just to see how it comes out, but I don't like it so far. Wait, did I not test the last one? I did. Got file over. So far, this is proving to be less than ideal. I had some delusions of what I wanted to do with this, and we're seeing just how delusional they are.
Are you ready?
And there's just not enough lighting. But too much lighting leads to the problem of bloom. Also, this needs to be pushed down. Quite a bit, actually. It looks like, I'm gonna say it's probably about 2 squares, actually. I want to do 2 full squares. I don't have to do 2 full squares. Or I can just do 2 actual squares. We'll just do 48. We'll do more than 2 squares. Let's make it easy for now. I can change the source angle. Don't bother with that. That's pointless. We'll try a daytime render. Oh god, it looks horrible. Yep, deep frying. This is so far been not ideal. Actually had lower lighting. Interesting. Well, there's a point light right there. I was way off. Worst point light ever. Is point light hidden or something? Maybe. That just looks trashy. That moves it, huh? Unintended. Not sure how I'm gonna light this and make it work. Then that part's just gonna be ugly. Yeah, that just seems like it's gonna be garbage. That would help. A little better coloring on it, actually. Let me try that. Try to have everything hidden, and it's actually super bright during the day. Will my UE experiment render any kind of fruit? I mean, it'll render, but will there be value in what it provides? These are questions for which I have no answer. I'm gonna make a change in Poppet Quest real fast. And get rid of this garbage sidewall thing. It's a little better.
Bye.
Not ideal yet, but I mean, it's no longer grossly white. Of course, it's kind of the wrong size, from what I can tell. I need to move it up some or even stretch it somehow. Because I think the actual background image is much larger than I thought. I probably just need to get rid of this light thing. So I need to do this in layers, essentially. Interesting. What rig is this? 1416. It's gonna still be to the wrong size no matter how I do it, so I need to actually change it. Yeah, it's always gonna be a little bit too high. Let's intentionally chop off the top. I'm gonna chop off the side. Oops. Not sure I want to save that one, but let's assume I do. Does it? Because it sure doesn't look like it to me. So far I'm impressed with singular renders, and I'm really unimpressed with full room renders. But to be fair, Daz wasn't really doing a much better job. It took a lot of effort to get Daz to do half this crap. It needs to be pushed down. I need to basically block all the light above and then just have my own light. What actually needs to happen is... let's bring the thingy back so I can make a copy. Thought there was a point light. Oh, the point light's now no longer loaded. Of course not. You're so weird, Unreal Engine. I don't know what causes that, but I'm just going to reload it. How much effort this is to get cool graphics, I am starting to question it why I'm not just using the Unreal Engine itself. Slowly but surely, my questions become greater and greater. But again, it's about teaching myself. And if I can find a way to turn this into something useful for RPGMaker, so be it. Why is the light suddenly so bright? No, it's probably the direct lights above or something like that. No, don't do that. Where's all the light coming from? Is it because the light's reflecting off this somehow? Maybe. Add it to the sequencer. No, you. Yeah, it feels like the lighting has gotten crap. I guess I'll render it and see what happens. This is rapidly appearing much more depressing than I was hoping for. It's like, boom, version done. Ah, that sucks. That is not bueno. That is an ugly one. It is way too bright. Also, the point light is very strong though, so it's probably why. Actually, it's not that strong at all. How many lights are there down here? There's an additional light or something. I could get rid of the direct light. That's an idea. No, you. Off the boat. That don't look so bad at all. The boat is now empty, one worthless light. Only by throwing things off the boat can you truly win. I don't know what you win, but your boat is definitely lighter, so it was worth it. Kind of lacks the depth, unfortunately. Where you saving at, buddy? Pal, friend. There you go. That's not even that bad. Yeah. I mean, I need to put the chair in front of, like, put the legs in front of it, but all things considered, it's actually the right height, too. Huh. Yeah. I don't really like it, though. But it looks better than it did. So now I just need to have, like, a point light down there, and that's the secret. Alright, I want to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. Alright, took longer than I thought, but anyway. You know, I don't know. I don't know if that even looks that good. I wouldn't have the boxes on this one. Also, Tinka doesn't need to be on this one either. Don't need this, don't need that. I don't need any of this crap. This I'm getting more comfortable with Unreal Engine, which was kind of half of the goal of this. I'm not gonna lie. Once you get rid of all the boxes and crap, it starts to look like a very different map, so that's helpful. Anyway, with it being 6:42 a.m. and I don't see anyone specifically watching, I may just end up calling it here. Well, 29 views today. That's not bad. Like, that's a much higher number than I was expecting, all things considered. I don't know, Unreal Engine seems like it could be handy for making things. Now, it's kind of weird. I don't 100% know yet, but it's not like I have a better way to create assets, so yeah. Yeah, we'll just go with it for now. Even though I'm starting to realize how much effort I am putting into this just to make these look okay, when in reality, and the other one I could have just already had it. You know? Feels weird, man. Feels weird. Yeah. Yeah, feels weird. Question is, since they aren't going to fit the exact right size, well, wait. What size did it end up being? $18, $20, $11, $09. Curious. I don't know. What does that do? By the time I move it over here, it's already doing its thing. Can this engine just do everything under the sun? It doesn't seem to do what I want it to do. It seems to have changed it to not the output I was expecting. Right? I clicked the wrong one. That's this one. I was gonna say something Unreal Engine can't do? That's not true. Then it just makes it too low. But the camera only seems to take a 1920 1080 picture. Can I change the camera? Custom? No custom here. And where's custom at? Where do I change the numbers? Can has different numbers? I don't know. I don't understand camera numbers. Interesting. The amount of effort I'm going to make it do these things boggles my mind. Huh. Anyway, I think this experiment has been interesting, to say the least, and I will almost certainly continue trying to make more stuff in UE for RM. But with 0 people watching and it being 6:46 a.m., I think I'm gonna head out. So, anyone watching this in the future, or if YouTube is mysteriously hiding you, thanks for watching, and I will catch everyone later.